Students, please remember those.
Good afternoon. This special meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. Dr. Hepburn, are there any items to be added to the agenda? May I have a motion and a second to close the agenda? Moved by Zeman, second by Fogenholy. All in favor of closing the agenda, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. The agenda is now closed. May I have a motion and a second to approve all final orders? Moved by Zeman, second by Fogenholy. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of approving all final orders, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. All final orders have been approved. I now declare this special school board meeting is adjourned. This regular meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. Please identify the exit doors that are clearly marked for emergency exiting. While in the boardroom, refrain from obstructing the exit doors. All attendees must occupy a seat in the boardroom with the exception of media. Once the boardroom has reached its seating capacity, attendees will be directed to a designated overflow area in the building. Upon activation of the fire alarm system, please exit from the room in an orderly fashion and continue to exit the building and remain outside until the authority that has jurisdiction has deemed this building safe to return. We ask that all attendees to maintain a respectful and professional demeanor during this meeting. Disruptive behavior, including but not limited to yelling, interrupting speakers, or engaging in personal attacks will not be tolerated. If you engage in disruptive behavior interfering with the orderly process of the meeting, I will issue a verbal warning to cease the disruption immediately, and failure to comply with the warning will result in your removal from the boardroom by law enforcement. Removal from the meeting by law enforcement will be on the duration of all meetings held on this day. Our primary focus is to create a safe and productive environment for all participants, and thank you so much for your cooperation. Board Member Alston will now introduce his school to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Mr. Fognoli.
Thank you very much, Chair. Please rise and remain standing for the presentation of colors by Charles Flanagan High School, JROTC, and a video presentation of the Pledge of Allegiance by the Panthers at Pasadena Lakes Elementary School.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may be seated.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. We want to thank Flanagan High School and the team at Pasadena Lakes Elementary School for the video presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Holness has requested a moment of silence for a student from Horizon Elementary and for a student from North Fork Elementary. Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to request a moment of silence for Kyle Squinton. Kyle was a student at North Fork Elementary School and was honored as the recipient of the 2023-2024 Just Do It Award. He was a strong and courageous young man who faced each day with a smile. In his free time, Kyle enjoyed playing with his cousins, skating, and bowling. He will be greatly missed. Thank you. I'd like to also request a moment of silence for Amir Tayshawn Joseph, a student at Horizon Elementary. Amir loved singing, watching his favorite shows, Miss Rachel and PJ Masks. He was also able to recite numbers in both English and Spanish. Amir is survived by his parents and 2 siblings. His high energy and vibrant presence will be deeply missed by his family, friends, and the Horizon Elementary community. Thank you very much.
Board Member Pham has requested a moment of silence for a teacher from Nova Middle School. Ms. Pham.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to request a moment of silence for Millicent Joyce Miller. She's from Nova Middle School, and she has just recently passed away. Principal Garishan shared the following about Ms. Miller. Ms. Miller was a very passionate, dedicated, and compassionate teacher who taught students not only the social studies content, but also the importance of being persistent and positive in life. Ms. Miller is gone, but will never be forgotten. Our deepest condolences go out to Ms. Miller, her entire family and friends for this devastating loss, and I ask for a moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you again.
As we prepare to begin our regular school board meeting, we are reminded that our vision is 100% proficiency for all of our students. entering the new school year as an A-rated school district. We begin this vital task of sustaining this achievement. We will continue educating all students reach their highest potential. Our theme this year is Believe, Empower, Achieve, One Broward. May the chair have a motion and second to approve the minutes for the following meetings. June 18th, 2024, regular school board meeting. July 23rd, 2024, special expulsions. July 23rd, 2024, regular school board meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Fogelnolly, second by Hickson. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the minutes, is there any discussion? All in favor of approving the minutes as listed, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The minutes are now approved. The superintendent released a revised agenda with certain changes for this meeting and published it on the school district's website. The chair finds pursuant to Section 120.525 Florida statutes that good cause exists for such changes and accepts the revised agenda. May the chair have a motion and second to close the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Fogelnolly. All in favor of closing the agenda, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. The agenda is now closed. The school board will consider the agenda items in the following order. The school board will first identify any consent items and open items on the agenda that would be pulled for separate discussion. All remaining consent and open items that were not pulled for separate discussion will then be approved by consent. The school board will then consider each three, followed by the proceeding in accordance with the agenda lettering system on the remaining pulled items. Per Policy 1020, the Chief Communications and Legislative Officer polled the board of any agenda items they wish to address in advance of the meeting. Board members were asked to identify the agenda items that will like to poll for discussion and forward the results for processing no later than 10 a.m. the day prior to the meeting. The following consent items were identified. Mr. Alston, do you have any single letters? Is Mr. Alston on the line? No. Okay. Ms. Pham, you have H2, H3, H5, H8, H9, A2. Do you have anything additional?
Yes, that's just in the single letters. That's complete.
Okay. Mr. Fogelnolly, do you have any polls?
I'm good, Chair. Thank you.
Ms. Hickson?
Yes, thank you. H2
I'm sorry.
and H4.
1 minute, Ms. Rupert. Dr. Holness?
Yes, H8 and, H8 and J1, please.
Mrs. Leonardi?
No.
Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. H4 and H8. Thank you.
Dr. Zeman?
H8, please, Chair.
I have also H8. Is there anyone from the audience who would like to speak to an item that has not already been requested for discussion? Seeing none. At this time, may the chair have a motion and second to pass the consent items that have not been pulled for discussion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. All in favor of approving the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The agenda passes. The following open items have been identified. Mrs. Pham, I have GG2, GG3, JJ14, JJ15, JJ16, JJ17, PP1, RR1. Do you have anything additional?
No, I do not.
Mr. Fogelnolly?
I'm good, Chair. Thank you.
Is there any of the items you wish to take away, Ms. Pham? No. Okay. Mrs. Hickson?
Thank you. FF1, JJ7, and JJ13.
Dr. Holness?
GG2, 0016.
Mrs. Leonardi?
I don't have any, thank you.
Ms. Rupert?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Dr. Zeman?
Thanks, Chair. JJ4, JJ14, JJ19, 009, double P1, double P2.
And I have PP3. At this time, and the chair have a motion and second to pass the open items that have not been indicated to be pulled for discussion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Fogelnolly. All in favor of approving the open agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The agenda passes. As we begin to consider today's agenda in accordance with Policy 1020 and Robert's Rules of Order, each school board member has the right to speak no longer than initial 5 minutes and 3 minutes for a rebuttal per motion. When a member's time is exhausted for that round, the chair shall ask the board member to conclude the remarks within 1 minute. I remind board members that the public that today's meeting has a hard stop at 8 p.m. with no option to extend per the carried motion on agenda item B2 from December 12, 2023 regular school board meeting. School board members and the public have access to all written agenda comments related to today's agenda. The next item of business on the agenda is H3, a motion to approve non-instructional appointments and leaves for 2024-2025. May the chair have a motion and second on H3?
So move.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Is there any discussion from the audience? Public comment? Seeing none. Board member comment? H3?
Yep.
Yes, ma'am.
H3. Ms. Pham?
Yeah, and reviewing this, I'd just like to just put on the record that, again, it appears that the administration raises are out of proportion with that of the teachers, and I really think we need to look at that to make sure that we keep them balanced, because I consider our teachers just as valuable as our administration, and they should be treated as such. Thank you.
Any other board member comment on H3? Seeing none,
Can
all
I
in
ask-
favor?
Can
Ms.
I
Rupert?
ask one question?
Yes, Ms. Rupert.
It's very hard to hear you guys. You're a little garbled. What item are we exactly on?
H3.
Okay. I will wait for mine. Thanks so much.
Okay. All in favor of H3, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. H3 passes unanimously. The chair would like to take a moment to recognize new staff appointments. If we could have all school-based and district-based staff please stand. Congratulations. We'd like to congratulate each of you for your career advancement with Broward County Public Schools. We value you and your families. We would like to now take a picture, so we'll take a short recess. Mr. Hill. I need you to fix my thing. I started getting my eye. Okay, welcome back. Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, I would like to introduce our new Assistant Superintendent of the School Transformation Office, Ms. Freda Hudge.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Hepburn. Thank you to the board members and all of my colleagues. I just want to take a moment to just share with you how excited and honored I am to accept the position of Assistant Superintendent for the School Transformation Office. I had a bit of time to reflect as I got ready to come to the board meeting today. And as I reflected of 35 years of serving Broward County Public Schools in various positions across the district, but I would say that my most passionate position has been transforming schools. I enjoy that work. I'm passionate about that work. I am very fortunate that I will have a group of talented leadership to work alongside me in this journey. Our students deserve our best, and I'm here to work alongside in collaboration with our communities, with our schools, with our students, and our parents to make sure that we continue this journey of an A-rated school district. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I look forward. I am very excited about the journey that we're going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we have our committee reports. Employee Unions Group, BTU. What is going on? That's annoying. Okay, we got you back on.
Thank you.
Broward Teachers Union.
She's just outside. If you give her a minute, maybe you can call another person.
Sure.
Please,
BPAA.
Good afternoon, board members. I am Lisa Maxwell. I'm the Executive Director for the Broward Principals and Assistants Association. I just wanted to come down today to address not the specifics of opening day, but the fact that opening day is somewhat emblematic of what we've been going through for the past 15 years. 15 years ago, we did not experience these kinds of large public snafus, I'll call them. And there was a reason that we didn't experience those. And that was because we had a very set, established process for vetting new ideas, new concepts, new programs, things that were going to impact schools very directly and succinctly. That process was called looping, and it was extremely effective. It included a host of interests, but I think importantly, it included running by the various levels at their executive board meetings, whatever it was, whether it would be metal detectors in this case or the cell phone policy. And it wasn't just, here's what we're going to do, take a few comments and move along. It was a really engaged process where the principals were led to consensus and nobody moved forward to bring something to the school board for approval until that process was complete. And I strongly recommend that you seriously consider going back to that or creating something new. I've talked to the superintendent about this. I think he is very much involved and engaged in getting principal input. He's actually added principals to his cabinet. So much to his credit, he has expanded the involvement of school-based leaders in decision making. But he is one person, and he is trying to shift a culture that's been embedded for the last 15 years. So he really does, I think, need support of the board, and I think a process is really important to keeping everybody on track. There are just too many instances where things are wasted. Schools can't metabolize them, they can't utilize them, and that can be stopped. So I'm just really encouraging the board to take that on as an approach. It may cause things to move along a bit slower, but at the end of the day, I think we save money and I think we save time on the back end, because we're not constantly trying to go back and fix something that, you know, in the initial stages could have been prevented. So thank you for your time today. That's my message, and I appreciate your attention. Thank you.
Broward Teachers Union?
First of all, Anna Fusco, Broward Teachers Union. 3 words, bye, 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 is what I have to say to some members. Happy to see you still joined us. Dan sees that
Please keep your
one
comments to the
decided,
chair.
this is my union time. This is my union time. Because I sit and watch tons of speakers mention my name egregiously tons of times, and I sit and take it, and you allow it. This is our union time. We had a beautiful win for the whole community, for Broward schools, where we are going to have elected board members that want to keep funding in Broward schools, that want to promote to make our schools healthy and happy, instead of walking around promoting lies like Brenda Pham does with her fake porn books. I'm going to make
Ms.
it
Chair,
clear.
please, I'm going to ask that the speaker be removed.
No, I'm
you,
not
that's,
being
you already
removed.
gave her the
Hold on,
warning,
Ms. Pham.
so I'm going to object.
And that,
Okay,
I'll
So-
stop the
I
time.
heard
She gave
you.
me my time.
Hold on. Stop the time.
I would like a couple minutes back. She took my time.
Put 20 seconds back on the clock. And please keep your, this is your warning, Ms. Fusco. You need to keep your comments to the chair or the board as a whole, please.
That is the board to the whole.
No, you're
I'm making
specifically
a
naming
comment
names.
how a particular board member continues to come into our board meetings and say just egregious lies and needs to be called out on it. We don't have that in our schools. You all know it. Our parents know it, our teachers know it, and our students know it. Everybody else gets up and says it, that it's not happening. But one person gets to continue with an egregious lie. It's deplorable.
Madam Chair, I'm going to ask again because the implication
Mrs.
is she's
Pham,
talking
stop
to me.
interrupting.
And I'm going to put an
Mrs.
objection on the record,
Pham.
and I want that on the record because this is harassment at this
Mrs.
time
Pham, you're interrupting.
and bullying.
Oh, stop it. What you did at the polls was bullying and harassing, and your fake workman's comp running around
I'm going to make a
chasing your
fourth
pens.
objection,
I'd like
Madam
to
Chair.
recess the meeting for 5 minutes.
I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah.
We have recessed the meeting.
I thought you said reset my time. Okay, we'll reset. We'll be back.
Welcome back, Ms. Fusco.
Anna Fusco, Broward Teachers Union President, speaking on behalf of our units that are here in Broward County Public Schools. We're starting a new school year. We're going to have a wonderful month coming up in the next couple months, September, October, November 19th especially, leading into a Thanksgiving break. Our teachers came back fully excited. Our education support professionals came back fully excited. We got to see tons of fresh schools and new classrooms that are redecorated to welcome all of our students back into our Broward County Public Schools. And what all of our educators and our support staff need to see is all 9 of our school board members that are all pro public Broward County Public Schools, that are actually talking with everybody, community, educators, support staff, parents, business leaders, business owners, and the students. If you really care about our public schools, we've got a ton of them that are pristine, we have a ton of them that are mediocre, and we have a ton of them that need a lot of work to do. And we know if you guys work together as a collaborative group, that's what you're elected for, those that were elected. And if you have been elected and you're not doing your due diligence, I'm asking you to rethink and care about the community that put you in, that says, I chose you to help take care of our community. You come in and find the good, the great, because Broward County Public Schools is the second home to 250,000 students. The educators and the support staff are their extended parents. So when they're in schools that are not being taken care of, and when they're with admin that are not being taken care of, it turns into a position to where it can be cumbersome on our employees. So we're going to ask the school board members that have been elected to continue to do the amazing jobs, those that are doing it. And the ones that need help, seek help. Find the goodness in our schools and promote the ones that are here to stay, that are staying, and the ones that want to come, the reasons why they should be coming. Because this A-rated school district is because of the educators and all of the support staff and all of the admin in every one of our schools, and every admin and anybody else that works at any part of our school district that helped put it together to make us move to this A. I don't count the school grades as a piece of what defines our school district. We look at the greatness in our educators and what our students can do. One-day test doesn't define the greatness in our students. Our graduation rates define it, our amazing sports programs, our amazing magnet programs, our amazing programs everywhere show that our students are amazing. Not one high-stakes test. That doesn't do it. So I'm asking you guys to all get on board and work together. Majority of you do. We have 2 units that are still out that I have not settled with because you've only come back with a bonus. I wholeheartedly believe that there is money that you can find something to give our support staff that is one of the lowest paid groups in the county, to give them some base pay raise, including with the bonus. And we're asking you to allocate that money for bonus to the employees and nowhere else, whether I settle or FOPI settles or any group that doesn't settle yet. We have to make sure that the money gets put into the pockets of our educators so they can stop working second and third jobs. I want to congratulate all the ones that went out there and worked hard and got reelected, and the newbies that got elected. This school district needs a refresh of that ones that care about our students. Because we hear it a lot. It's about the students. But I only see a piece of our board that actually shows it. So, Broward County Public Schools is an A-rated district. You know who is the ones that have been tasked to create that A atmosphere. This is support of everyone. Not one person did it. Everyone did it.
and everybody's come back to make it continue. And we have a great elected board that we're going to start off on November 19th, and I just can't wait. Thank you.
Thank you. Esmab?
Madam Chair,
Yes. Mr. Olson?
this is Tori Alston. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Just for the record, I think I've been on, but I think you now can hear me. Just for the record, just want to stated that I'm online. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Esmab? Fopi? COPA? PBA? Audit Committee?
Good afternoon. Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Chair of the District's Audit Committee. The Audit Committee has already met for the new school year. We met on the 8th of August, and we passed a motion. So I'm going to relay the motion. The motion has to do with the intercom audit. I think we've had 3, possibly 4 meetings discussing the audit. And the motion was to transmit the HCT audit with the Audit Committee member comments from the July 18th Audit Committee meeting and retransmit the previous motions related to the audit. It passed unanimously. So that means all of the motions that we passed related to the intercom audit, especially those where General Counsel's office changed the questions and answered questions that weren't asked, are all going to be retransmitted till we get real answers. So these are the additional comments. If we didn't ask you about, we didn't ask about contracts being approved in closed door, we know that doesn't happen. What we did ask was whether staff actions were approved by the board in closed door and things like that. And I don't think procurement issues are closed door items, but anyway. Again, engage an expert to evaluate the capability. And if that's the timer, we're going to have a problem because I'm only 5'4" and I can't see it. Engage an expert to evaluate the capability of the system in its current state and whether or not the system acquired meets generally accepted features of such a system. We also want to know the status of the original 53 schools and the status of the remaining schools. The scope of the audit does not seem to address one of the comments made, which is also to be determined, is whether purchases followed the technology selection guidelines and the original intent of BCPS's elected officials. What they meant by that is that people thought they were getting an emergency communication system, but that is not what the Telecenter U was, is, or ever will be. Number 3, has the additional funding been approved and what exactly is included in the appropriation? That is related to additional spend authority. 008 today is asking for another $19 million. So by my count, we have something like 15 or 17 million originally, plus another 43 in the DEFP, plus another 19, and still no emergency communication system. And from what we gathered at the last meeting, they're now replacing Roland Borg parts. So that's number 3. Number 4, did Roland Borg overbill the district or underperform according to its contractual obligations? If you have this much done versus this much spent, there's a problem. So that's what they're looking for an answer to. And then finally, it appears that the Penton addition provided the additional component to give the district the state-of-the-art system originally contemplated. What that means is the audit committee believes that the board thought it was getting an emergency communication system, but then the lay people ran into the code people, and the Penton device was supposed to connect the two in a way that audio enhancements device does for visual. Intercom specifications. In 2019, post-award, Roland Borg was made the sole basis for design and design specifications, and in 2024 post-award, audio enhancement was made the sole basis for design in the design specifications. And those specs came from Palm Beach, which removed Roland Borg and made audio enhancement the sole basis. So what that means is in 2 instances, solicitations were put out before the district decided what they were soliciting, which is the complete opposite of how solicitations are supposed to be done. Based on everything we've learned, the issue needs to be turned over to the state. Fund balance policy, the self-insured deductible, if you will, is $75 million. That doesn't seem to be provided for in the policy. But luckily, we think that Mrs. Pham's new appointee will be right on top of all fund balance issues and financial statements and all things financial. Thank you, Mrs. Pham, for that appointee. Booster Club revenues and expenditures. The risk is inherent due to board approval and employee involvement. Lack of monitoring and auditing represents a weakness in internal controls and puts the board at risk. So we're awaiting an update on whether the district will create a policy that includes an audit provision. And there's a choice here. I can either do a public records request for the 22-23 and 23-24 records that are required in the Booster Club guidelines, or you can just respond to the audit committee request. Thank you.
Thank you. Broward County Association of Student Council and Student Advisor to the Board.
Good afternoon. It's been a very exciting past few weeks, so we have a lot to report on. First, I'd like to begin my report with a moment of gratitude. Our amazing school and district support staff often hear gratitude from board members and other staff members, but not enough from students. On behalf of the 250,000 students that we get to represent, we thank you for all that you have done over the past few weeks to prepare for a smooth start to the school year. A big thank you to our incredible safety and security staff for their support of the metal detector rollout. My peers and I could not succeed without all BCPS staff, and we are incredibly grateful. Speaking on metal detectors, although last Monday was not an initial success, the feedback that we have received from students over the past week has been very positive. I have a theme song now. Almost all students have reported smooth entry to school and have also provided feedback that these screenings have made them feel more comfortable in their learning environments. A wonderful video was created by Beacon and Marketing to ensure that our students know how to efficiently pass through the system. We look forward to speaking with students to continue to receive feedback on the implementation, and we'll be sure to share that with the board and staff. Speaking of speaking to students, Alana and I are excited to introduce our tour of Broward County. Over this school year, we will be visiting all BCPS high schools to host Speak Up, Speak Out sessions. More information will be presented to principals next week, and we look forward to sharing these results of these sessions and feedback with the board and staff. In addition, we're in the beginning stages of planning an elementary and middle school forum to also hear from our younger students who truly have great feedback to share. In the spirit of feedback and continuous improvement, we do have some concerns to share with you regarding the wireless devices policy. Our students have truly been disconnecting to reconnect. Despite initial pushback to the policy, I'm looking forward to seeing how this will positively impact our students. However, I would like to share the perception of the policy in many classrooms. Across the district, feedback has been received that teachers are saying they are not allowed to have students use their personal laptop devices or personal phones. In many cases, and per policy, teachers can say that students may not use their personal laptop device. But the perception in many classrooms is that teachers are not allowed to have students use technology, period. This includes personal laptop devices, with many teachers now adjusting their online use of Canvas because they are saying that they were told that they were not able to use computers or phones at all in their classes. And this has been shared at many schools across the district. So I just ask that it's clearly communicated through our principals to share that it is up to the teacher on what personal technology device can be used specifically for instructional purposes. So hoping that that can get resolved. We've loved getting to meet with Chair Alhadeff, Vice Chair Hickson, Board Members Fogenholy and Leonardi to discuss our vision and goals for the year. We look forward to meeting with the remaining board members over the next few weeks. In addition, I'd like to publicly thank Dr. Hepburn for his commitment to hearing student voice and engaging with the student advisors. We're grateful for all that you have done to ensure that our students are listened to and look forward to a continued partnership. The Superintendent Student Advisory Council will begin meeting in September. We have a large panel of students who come from diverse backgrounds and have a diversity of experience in our schools, which is most important. We look forward to meeting with Dr. Hepburn and staff to ensure that student concerns are addressed and that ideas are heard. Finally, for the first time in many years, we have appointed a full slate of students to school board committees, filling every spot that the student advisor gets to appoint to. And this has not happened for a long time, so we're super excited about this. Committee chairs and their respective senior leader have received those appointments. We look forward to the meaningful impact that our student appointees will be able to make over the next school year. We wish everyone continued success in school and look forward to a great school year ahead.
Dr. Hepburn?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Spellberg. Even though you're a student, when you're at the dais, I call you Mister. Always a pleasure to hear feedback from our students. It is truly a gift that helps us get better quicker. So we will definitely work with our regional staff to make sure principals get the message out to the teachers. Also heard a lot of great feedback from teachers and also parents already about the cell phone policy and how students are engaging with each other differently. One parent I met with earlier today in a chamber meeting expressed just sheer gratitude. She's just noticed the difference in her daughter when she's home, being able to connect with her friends and get rid of that dopamine feeling that the cell phones can often create. So thanks, Landon, for the feedback.
Thank you. ESC Advisory Council?
Good afternoon. Nice bright new day in Broward Schools. I wanted to congratulate everybody, first of all, on the A grade and those who are responsible, the staff and the students who worked so hard to get this A grade. There's still a lot of roadway to pursue, and particularly for our students with disabilities, still a lot of supports and attention that needs to be focused on them. But good job all round, and we hope to be having those that kind of dialogue during the course of this year and lifting them up too. Our first ESE advisory meeting is tomorrow. We had to bump it because of this meeting and DAC tonight. We will have 3 committees so far this year: autism, Down syndrome, and meaningful inclusion. And tomorrow's meeting we have guests from the IT department, ESE, and Mr. Lozano representing SSEP with Jim LaRosa, so that we can cover a whole gamut of issues. The dominant issue we have and always have, but now it's 10 times worse: compliance, compliance, compliance. You cannot not know the difficulties that are being encountered out at schools, but particularly in relation to ESE, with not being able now to fulfill the digital case management requirements, which I'll get to in a bit. Metal detectors, we do need protocols for students with disabilities. There's been some, I think, at some schools, moving of drop-off routines that changed that weren't notified to parents. So those are conversations we can have tomorrow night with the safety and security crew. We have had a number of issues. I just want to give you a taste of some of the issues that come my way, because it's not a misuse of my time to be dealing with them. I'm bringing them to you and forwarding issues on to the right folks at the district to help. But for example, new cluster schools opening, sorry, I shouldn't call them clusters, but ESE program schools or program classes, where kids, students who should be in ESE classrooms are being put in gen ed because those classrooms aren't ready or didn't have teachers allocated. Students who needed behavioral supports and one-on-one attention, like diapering, coming home covered in urine, that in one case, inattention to a child's allergies, which has greatly panicked parents. Kids are now, in some cases, 3 schools away from their home school because there are more cluster schools opening. Process where you're going to need to be looking at how some of our students with disabilities are now very far removed from their own home school, and then if you go and close that one too, they're going to be 4. Wireless devices, as Mr. Spellberg says, there are some issues that have not been fully shaken down yet, including I draw attention to one and have already with regional directors and the deputy superintendent of students with diabetes. Their accommodations cannot be blocked by members of staff arbitrarily refusing accommodations or refusing them to have a 504 plan altogether. These are life and death decisions that a member of staff has inserted themselves into and prevented a student for the course of an entire year from having a 504 because of an argument over protocols of being able to use their phone to monitor blood sugar levels. Unacceptable. I will talk more on that later. There were transportation issues, ESE bus requests that were put in May but then lost in the new digital management system, transport blaming schools, school blaming transport, and in between it, kids falling down through the cracks. We also want to see videos being faithfully employed on buses. If there are cameras on buses, use them, and we need to have some protocols and attention. I think I brought that one up about 6 months ago and asked senior staff for clarity on whether video cameras are rolling on buses or not, or whether it's just left up to bus drivers, or whether that video gets lost when there's an incident. Then to compliance. I'm not going to be told don't speak about focus. I will keep on speaking about focus. There are serious shortfalls. We're not talking teething issues. I did have a nice chat with Mr. Castaneda at the IT department yesterday, and I am confident that he is listening to us. But when you have staff unable to see caseloads, unable now to draw up 504s, I don't know what's happening there. Teachers not all having access to focus, support facilitators, some having no access because admins have disagreed with them having access, same with some OTs, same with some SLPs. We cannot be having this arbitrary approach to rolling out a new software program. The warnings that were sounded weren't listened to, and as a result, our children are paying the price. Most of all, data security breaches we cannot have, we have had, and those are serious, serious, serious issues. It is your responsibility to be looking after our children's data, and it hasn't been properly protected. Thank you.
Thank you. Broward County Council PTAs, PTSAs. Broward Education Foundation. District Advisory Council.
Good afternoon. Me again. District Advisory Council meets, its first meeting for the year is tonight at Plantation Middle, since you guys are here. And we'll be discussing some of the back-to-school issues that have already been mentioned. And we're also getting back to basics this year, starting with School Advisory Forum, what it is, what it isn't, how it's supposed to work, signing off on the budget, participating in SACs, school improvement plans, and all of that good stuff, which is where I started once upon a time. Strategy and innovation will be coming to us to discuss school boundaries and school choice. So far, the feedback has been leave 5,000 alone, and when we discussed it at Central Area, the same could be said for school choice. We did agree with the staff suggestion that if you have more applications than you do seats available, it doesn't make any sense to open a second window. We agreed with the earlier application windows, updating obsolete language, but retaining all remaining language and leaving the rest of it as is, and solicit advisory input on procedures. So we look forward to having additional discussion with them tonight. Metal detectors will be discussed. Day one sensitivity settings and what that created. When you have a solution that results in children on public streets, they're not safer. A lot of people were concerned about where their kids were standing for hours on end. It was definitely not a smooth rollout. But it does sound as though staff advised that they should pilot instead of rolling it out everywhere. You also have a policy today. I forget which PP it is, but please pay attention to two sentences, because by the time we discuss it tonight, you may have already approved it, and then there's not much you can do. Concern number one, why are employees exempt? I can tell you, as someone who's been an advisory chair for most of the past 12 years, there are days I definitely want protection from employees. But seriously, why would you exempt employees from going through a metal detector? Is there a belief that they too would not have weapons? You're screening the seeing eye dogs. Why not employees? The animals are included. Headings would under screenings, which is on page 2 of 5. There are 2 sentences here, and you can read these sentences multiple times and still not get what it is they're trying to say, which it seems, and this is where the employee exemption comes in, that one is for schools and schools alone, and the other sentence pertains to everything but a school. The problem is that you don't have definitions for all these different locations, so there's some confusion that comes in. So I would say before you approve this, you might want to approve it next week or something, but we'll be discussing it, and it may be a moot point. Cell phone ban. Those of us who were sitting here on July 23rd had no clue what was coming. And we even left and still had no clue. Because it's not in the executive summary, it's not anywhere unless you actually clicked on the backup, which you might not do because every other version was fine. There have been issues with in-school suspensions being reported before the Bell enforcement. The code of conduct language I pointed out for people. I'm hunting down the studies that were cited on June 25th. So far found one, and you got to take the entire theory, not just half of it. Academic achievement, we'll be discussing that and sort of peeking under the 1 percentage point by which the district got a B. In your own presentation, it demonstrates that you're flat in terms of progress with before COVID levels. So we were at 60% before COVID, we're at 60% now. So how do you get back to where we should have been had there not been COVID and a change in testing? It's questions like that. And what you don't monitor tends to get away from you, so we're also going back to the 2022 goals and guardrails and the monitoring that's supposed to be happening. In 2012, there were strategic goals that spoke to having, I think it was 84% proficiency by 2015. Focus, we'll discuss whether they're back to school issues. Here Comes the Bus have had some hiccups, and we'll be discussing briefly the SAF policy, and we'll see what else comes up tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Diversity Committee.
It says 5 seconds. Thank you. All right, congrats to the district for becoming an A district. I want to give a special shout out to all the teachers and staff who made this possible and all our babies in the district who worked hard this year, or that year. My request, although, is to the superintendent and also the superintendent of teaching and learning, is that even though we've had achieved the A, we still need to keep in place the resources and all the schools that helped to get to the A. Lost my train of thought. Okay, you know how we go to the doctor yearly to get a checkup and so we can maintain our optimal health? I think we should also apply this to the programs and resources that we provided into all our schools that demonstrated the need. So please consider leaving those resources in place for another year or two to solidify our gains. Congrats to all the candidates that were elected by the people last night. The people have spoken, and they have done so loudly. Remember that these seats are the people's seat, and they dictate how they want to see the district be managed. The power is with the people, not with the people in power. I wish you all success and ask that you listen to your constituents today and always, not only during election season. The Diversity Committee had their first meeting on August 1st. We discussed the policy 5000 and 6400. The committee put forth a motion stating that we move that the Diversity Committee reserves the right to reject all changes with policy formerly known as 5000. That will be 80-10, except where new legislation is required if the recommendations of this committee is not implemented. DAC had a similar motion back in April, stating that due to the concerns about the interlocal agreement, ILA, the state requirements for educational facilities, equitable treatment of students, community boundary process, community member boundary proposals, lack the parent organization, and advisory committee participations we reject the proposed 80-10 changes and recommend starting with fresh. So I want to thank the board for deciding to allowing to re-loop the policies, specifically stating that our input should be included. The Diversity Committee did not see anything in the original policy that would prevent any recommendations or proposed changes, proposed boundaries, changes as it relates to redefining. We provided Mr. Beck with our assessments of the original policy, 529 version, and the 723 version, 529, May 29th, July 29th. I apologize for the late submission, but I did send that information in an Excel document to the board members this morning. I also noticed that the JJ14 item on Coral Glades and their auditorium, I noticed that this on the agenda today. My only issue with this is considering a black box theater that is above and beyond the district standards, while Markham Elementary is still waiting for classrooms for our Head Start program. My concern are the equitable distributions of funds for what is the district standards versus the versus what is enhancement. So if you can carefully discuss that, I may not be here to discuss that. The committee has had an ad hoc meeting on the 20th to discuss site visits. We will finalize our list and commence visits hopefully by the end of the month. Our goal this year is to continue collaborations with the district, enhance equity, promote diversity, and maintain an A-rated school. I look forward to working collaboratively with everyone this school year, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
ESOL Leadership Council. Facilities Task Force.
Good afternoon. Still me. All right, so the Facilities Task Force also met on the 8th of August and discussed with staff the boundary policy. We did not really discuss the school choice policy because it's a little less relevant to what the group does, but FTF came to the consensus to retain policy 5000 for the coming year, as there was no compelling argument made by staff that the existing policy would prevent boundary changes from being proposed as part of redefining. That is because the same policy that allowed the MSD boundary change, which didn't violate policy, could be used, and there's no reason to change any of it for now. So we recommended going back, starting with a clean slate. Both Palm Beach and Miami-Dade have something like 2-pagers that are called student assignment. They don't have long-range planning in there, which is what's being proposed to shoehorn long-range planning, which would then, God only knows what would happen to the long-range facility master plan steering committee, because as of 2 superintendents, the word steering got dropped along the way, which there are dates being proposed for the group called the Long Range Facility Planning Committee, and they all fall from 1 to 3 on the same day as diversity and FTF, which is not convenient for the chair of diversity, and I guess it's okay for me. We can just roll from that into FTF. But the point being, no one was consulted about the dates and asked if it was convenient. When the group met, when it was still a steering, and this could be, I could be totally wrong, this could be a totally different group. But when the steering committee met, they talked about having it be the third Monday, and monthly meetings. So if we could get an answer and get some clarity, because the steering committee was supposed to guide the creation of the capital planning framework aligned to the strategic plan, manage costs, and review policies. Steer the process, not just be informed of the process. So maybe it's a different committee we're talking about. PP1, the Superintendent School Site Review Committee versus the acquisition of new school sites. I believe when this came to the workshop on June 25th, some of you noticed that new school site acquisition is the thing least likely to happen, whereas potential school closures and significant renovations are going on right now, and certainly as a result of redefining. There is no suggestion or sign that staff intends to bring subsequent policies that would address the Superintendent School Site Review Committee, which is how the the cities would have additional participation. We were told that that would be a follow-up, and I guess this is the follow-up, is we just keep bringing the policy forward as is and hope you guys are all too exhausted to notice. Coral Glades Auditorium versus Markham. Again, the issue is one, like Narnique said, one is an enhancement. It's nice to have a black box theater, but it's not required by district standard. On the other hand, the classrooms at Markham, and I do owe everybody an email, show a lack of compliance with district standards, i.e. too small, which means that they're out of compliance with the CCC, with SREF, and the Head Start requirements. So in terms of strategic planning, in the future, you can never put the Head Start program into Markham's new building. They would have to wait until you add another building because the rooms are too small. I don't know how many times I have to say this. And then the delivery method design build was the plan, and now all of a sudden we're doing CMAR for the auditorium. CMAR is going to cost more. When you have a complex renovation, that makes sense, but this is designed from scratch, so I'm not sure where we're coming up with that. And then it's the start of a new year. It would be nice if we did not have the same behavior starting this year where we don't get participation from staff. There was no one there at our August meeting besides our liaison. We don't get responses. We can keep doing public records requests all day, but when we ask for something, it would be nice to get it. I just did a public records request for all of the AECOM and Atkins capital program reports because we can't answer people's questions without the reports. And the last AECOM report I have is from March. I think we're in August. So either they are in breach of contract or someone's hoarding. But I hope that staff will not repeat the same behavior. It's a form of bullying when you withhold information and withhold staff. And it's not a good way to start the year, but that's how we started. So when we have our September 5th meeting, I hope we don't have a repeat. Thank you.
Thank you. Gifted Advisory Council. Green Advisory Council. Human Relations Committee. Multilingual Advisory Committee. Parent Community Involvement Task Force. Small Business Advisory Committee. Technology Advisory Committee. This is the time of the agenda where we have split the general public speakers to incorporate a morning session, afternoon session. Each registered speaker will be allowed 3 minutes and are reminded to address matters of relevance to public education and demonstrate proper decorum. No heckling, shouting comments from the audience, verbal outbursts, or any other disruptive behavior shall be permitted. No signs or placards shall be allowed in the board meeting. No derogatory comments using the person's proper name shall be permitted. Therefore, speakers are to demonstrate proper decorum, model the district's 8 character traits: cooperation, responsibility, citizenship, kindness, respect, honesty, self-control, and tolerance. Persons exiting the board meeting shall do so quietly. Further, at the conclusion of public speakers, the chair will provide an opportunity for the superintendent or his cabinet at his discretion to provide comments regarding any subject matter or issues raised by the public speakers. Additionally, the superintendent may have members of his staff to speak to individual public speakers in an effort to address their concerns and provide any follow-up to public speakers' concerns back to the board. Mr. Hill?
Sorry about that, Madam Chair. The public speakers is at 4 p.m.
Okay. Well, we're going to take it now.
Okay.
Because we had split session, and
Right.
It's the early time, and then we'll do again at 4.
I put the list right next to you.
Yep.
Okay.
Robert Pina. Sean Greenfield. Norm. Just state your name.
Good morning. My name is Sean Greenfield. Good morning, School Board. My name is Sean Greenfield. I'm a student at Weston High School here in Davie, and I wish to talk about the new cell phone policy, disconnect to reconnect. Now, I do believe there were good intentions behind this plan. Student socialization abilities is very important as we enter this new era of technology, but I do believe this plan is highly flawed for 2 reasons. One, we live in a new era. Technology is now a cornerstone of our modern civilization. So banning cell phones for 8 hours a day is just not practical, especially for high school students who need their phones to access important educational content. For example, I'm a dual enrollment student. I need to be able to access Broward College to check my classes, to catch up on schedules. I can't do that. I have to wait until I get home. And I wake up at like 6 o'clock to go to school. Not to mention, parents should have the right to be able to contact their kids whenever they want. Weston High has around 3,600 students. All those students have to go through the front office to talk to their parents. There's like 4 phones in there. That's 1,000 students per phone. It's just not practical. Not to mention, in addition to that, what? Oh yeah, very important, thank you. Lunch. Why can't I use my phone at lunch? I am doing absolutely no classroom instruction. I'm not learning anything during lunch. Unless I'm learning about my food groups, I want to eat and go on my phone. And to be fair, most kids at lunch already talk with their friends. And not that many kids use their phones anyways. But sometimes, I just want to call a friend. I have friends who have already graduated. I can't talk to them at lunch. I have to call them on my phone. Sometimes I just want to catch up on the news. I like to read the news. I like to catch up on county news. I can't do that during lunch. I can't do that going in between periods. For 8 hours a day, I cannot touch the phone in my pocket unless that has something to do with classroom instruction, which we can already do on a computer, so there's never really a reason to access your phone now. Phones are incredibly important. You need to be able to use them. I need to be able to have access to it. That isn't just for a 10-minute brief period in my classroom. Not to mention, I've spoken with teachers, I've spoken with parents, I've spoken with my fellow classmates. There seems to be unanimous opposal to this program. Teachers don't want to be police watchdogs, making sure that not a single kid's on their phone. No one wants to do that. Parents want to be able to contact their kids. Some believe, as my dad does over there, it is important that I do pay attention in class. But I use my phone in class, and I use it when the teacher's in lecturing, when we're doing busy work. I want to listen to some music while I do my ABCs or something. I'm not interrupting any lecture time when I do that. I'm just on my phone, not bothering anyone. I was a straight A student last year. So thank you for your time. I just hope you take my consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Norman Feinstein.
Good afternoon. My name is Norman Feinstein, and appreciate this opportunity to address the Broward County School Board. My wife, Hannah, and I have been Broward County residents for nearly 3 years, with our living in Hallandale and now Hollywood. Most of my career has been in healthcare, and especially as a registered nurse for nearly 40 years. One related occupation was a nurse's aide in the Broward General Medical Center in the 6th North Towers Psychiatric Ward. I progressed to go in nursing later. Now I come to you as an Orthodox Jew, but I was raised in a secular environment with my formal education in the United States public school system. My highest level of academic achievement was with a master's degree in public management in the Florida International University. In the last 8 years, I've been a volunteer presenting and organizing classes and activities for people who have no active religious background or interest, but are still seeking out teachings that Judaism has to offer for the general world. Judaism does not have a doctrine for conversion, and as a matter of fact, I put that on. As a matter of fact, it doesn't. We don't encourage conversion. We discourage it. But it is possible if someone wants to pursue it. Nevertheless, without conversion, Judaism provides, from Torah law, an ancient modality called the 7 laws of the children of Noah. I think everybody's pretty much familiar with Noah and his boat. Okay. This is designed for the people of the world to have an opportunity to learn rules and regulations and concepts for the pursuance of a life of life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, if I can use that phrase from the Declaration of Independence. This introduction is made to clarify my interest in 2 programs, one real and one proposed, which would be for the public school system under the umbrella of religion. The first the board is surely aware of was the Florida legislature passing the bill, House Bill 931. This would authorize volunteer clergy to provide support to public school students after receiving governmental screening and permission from the parents. For students who are okay. So the board has, each individual school board has the right to design this program and accept it as they choose. And I believe it's until the end of the year to make that decision how they might want to implement it. Therefore, my wife and myself are here purely as members of the community.
Thank you so much.
To encourage us.
Thank you. Trudy Germanovich. Nyla Sharafant. Keith Roberts. Robert Graves.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Graves, and I live in the city of Fort Lauderdale. I'm representing the Boy Scouts of America, soon to be Scouting America. Scouting programs are a vehicle for strengthening community. They make it easy for parents to help out and teach youth values that improve behavior outcomes in schools. Scout meetings are a place where families make friends and kids have fun in a safe, positive environment. We partner effectively with Miami-Dade and Monroe County schools, and we would like to do a better job with partnering with Broward County schools. This year, the Florida legislature passed House Bill 1317, which encourages public schools to collaborate with the Scouts and other well-established youth-serving organizations. I want to thank members of the board, Dr. Hepburn, and staff who are working to leverage our organization and others to provide affordable programs to Broward school families. This week, 100,000 volunteer leaders started their scouting programs all over the country, including in Broward County private and charter schools. Programs in Broward public schools were not able to open their doors due to billing issues. I appreciate the attention that has been given to try getting this resolved. And many Broward staff members have been very committed to helping us with the solution. We just haven't found it yet. Our organization is committed to focusing significant staff, volunteer, and funding resources to build programming in Broward schools so that the kids in our public schools have the same access to programming that kids in private and charter schools have. And I appreciate whatever partnership we can do. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, that concludes our public speaking time. May I have a motion and second on, oh, yeah, sure, Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Graves, thanks for the feedback and the comments that we found a solution. So I know you've been working with Mr. Chisholm, so he'll follow it with you.
May I have a motion and second on H2?
So second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Fogelholy. Public comment?
On A2, we got one registered speaker, Jackie Lubscomb.
H2.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, we don't have any H2.
Mrs. Pham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate you giving me this time. I just wanted to put on the record that in reviewing it, I noted that 27 teachers are leaving just in this 1 month, and I just want to make certain that we're keeping tabs on losing teachers, because I have a lot of teachers coming to me and saying that their classes are overflowed, that we're out of compliance with fire marshal regulations, specifically in science labs where there are a limited amount of students that may be in there, and they're exceeding that capacity. And also that it's just the amount of students that they're expected to teach is just becoming overwhelming for them. And we really need to be cognizant of what's going on. Thank you.
Mrs. Hickson?
Thank you. I just wanted to say congratulations. We have 54 retirees in the instructional section here, and I just wanted to say thank you. We wish you great luck on your new journey, and we appreciate your service to our district.
Anybody else? All in favor of H2, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no. H2 passes unanimously. May I have a motion second on H4?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Seaman, second by Fogelhoy. Public comment?
We have Miss Carly Shaw. I believe she might be in the pre-function room.
She is.
Like a well-oiled machine. She can speak on it.
Okay. Mrs. Hickson, H4.
Thank you. Also wanted to congratulate the non-instructional. I had totals, but then we got a new number the other day. So congratulations to everyone that is in non-instructional, both managerial and non-managerial, that are retiring. We hope that you have a great retirement, and we thank you for your service to our district.
Ms. Rupert?
This is H3, yes?
H4.
Oh, H4. Okay, great. I wanted to congratulate all the people that got awarded today, and best wishes for Bree Miron and Jeffrey Wasserman, who are who left the district for now and are on to bigger and greater things. And I really felt their support for the community, and I look forward to working with them as well. I additionally, as you go through H3 and you see, I'm sorry?
Continue. H4.
Okay. Thank you. As you go through the list, you see that there's job salary adjustments, and I just had a thought. We've been approached by different employee groups and certain employees, but I don't know if we've actually ever done a job salary adjustment timeline. And stay with me for a second, okay? So for last school year, what groups, what jobs, what departments, and the timeline? For instance, let's just say I worked in animal control. Could use something we don't have. Animal control. And I've been working for the district for 20 years, but somebody comes in and maybe gets a little bit more than me, and then that could cause a little, kind of a wave in that department. Sometimes the department itself gets a readjustment, the whole thing, but sometimes it's just one or two people. So as a board member and a community member, teacher, I always thought, well, we need to get a handle on how to do this for what is fair for every employee. So I would love the opportunity to see the job salary adjustment timelines in the last year, and moving forward, I would like to have tracked 24-25 school year by department. Is there a list? How long is it, and exactly how much money was raised? But additionally, do we have cases where it goes through the whole job analysis and salary adjustment to find out they're making too much money? So kind of both sides of the page there. But I especially am sensitive to people who are working in the same department and are getting different pay for doing the same job. So when we do this, and I know my colleagues, we've talked about this before, is how does this come to us? How does an employee, where do they go if they want someone to look at it? Or do they need to come as a group of certain classifications to us, and what that process is? So, Mr. Superintendent, I would love that we could get this done, take a look at it, and then move forward, because in the end, it's our job to make sure that things are running as well as we govern and the policies that we put together, so you can handle the day-to-day business. So that is my request. I hope my colleagues would agree, and I would like to hear your quick thought on this, Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Rupert, Dr. Hepburn had to step out. Dr. Fulton's here. But staff has your thoughts, and Dr. Hepburn will connect with you on it.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, you were very garbled. Can you move closer to the microphone?
Dr. Hepburn is not in the room currently right now, but staff has your comments and will connect with Dr. Hepburn to loop back with you.
Okay. Do I have consensus from the board?
Does anybody want to weigh in on what Ms. Rupert said? No, I'm sorry, Ms. Rupert.
You are got to be kidding me. Okay. Well, I guess we can just kind of move on from there, but I don't understand why people wouldn't want to help our employees and make sure that things that are going fairly. But okay, but I'll bring that back up when I talk about H8 as an example, because there's a specific example today.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. May I have a motion and second?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Sorry, could I ask one quick question on H4, please?
Yes.
Thank you. It looks like that's the deputy superintendent, I think, sitting in the chair. Easy question. I know that there was a recommendation that we've tabled a couple times now. What do we know when that's coming back to the board for consideration?
Dr. Fulton?
Angela, I got it.
Go ahead.
To the chair?
Yes.
Mr. Alston, I'll be coming back to the next board meeting, September 10th.
Okay, thank you, September. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a public comment. Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
Thank you. Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I wasn't going to speak to this, but since I was sitting here when it came up, I decided to. On this list, and there are a lot of interesting things on this list of H4 people that are departing. There's even somebody that I think is a name change. I'm not sure there's anybody left that worked on Focus anymore. But as of the 10th, you no longer have 2 executive directors of capital programs. So the time to have done the right thing with the one that is retiring has passed. And when you don't do the right thing, then you kind of get what you get. Because this person was first told they were going to be non-renewed. This is a person that had a highly effective from the previous superintendent and her supervisor and has been here forever, but was perp walked out like a common criminal. So, and she was told she would be non-renewed. Then that changed to if you resign, we won't non-renew you. Then she found out she had to retire in order not to lose benefits. So now for 6 months, somebody who did nothing wrong except trying to do her job and has been beat up, belittled, bullied by various superintendents and staff, and God only knows if we'll get to the bottom of why she was pushed out the door. She's a professional with a lot of technical expertise, and you don't have that. You're running short. But for 6 months, she now can't go into another FRS system. So one of the emails that I owe your superintendent, because understand the chain of events starts smelling really bad. And it started with your prior superintendent and the prior chief facilities officer, and I can't believe you guys have a slash. You have a chief operations officer and a facilities chief. There's supposed to be 2 people, but okay. And the current one. The chain of events, your superintendent has lost the opportunity to have done the right thing. And so whatever comes next, because that person is one of the hills I'm willing to die over. Because unless somebody can tell me that she did something untoward, this is somebody that was railroaded out, and it will be to the detriment of the district. It might take 6 months for that to all percolate perfectly, but it will, because this was someone that was professional and that knew their job and is one of the people that falls into that category that got pushed out the door. And that will not benefit the district. And we're already seeing that. And I hope that I am not one of the reasons she was pushed out the door, because this is someone that did not have an adversarial relationship with me or the facilities task force. And that seems like the kiss of death if you actually get along with us. Thank you.
so much. Board, any other board member comment on H4? Seeing none, all in favor of H4, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. H4 passes
No.
unanimously. H4 passes with one dissenting vote, Ms. Rupert. May I have a motion second on H5?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment.
No registered speakers, Madam Chair.
Ms. Pham.
Not present.
Any other board member comment on H5? All in favor of H5, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no. H5 passes unanimously. May I have a motion second on H8?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Fogelholy. Public comment.
Larissa Crawford is our only registered speaker.
Say it again.
Larissa Crawford.
She's not here. Dr. Holness?
Okay.
H8.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So for H8, I am concerned about removing the typing requirement for executive secretaries for the board office. I don't think we should water down the requirements for this position. It is a top secretarial position for the district, and so I believe that that requirement is relevant to the task. So I'd like to make a motion to reinstate the typing test requirement in the job description for executive secretary in the office of school board members.
Is there a second?
May I help?
No. Is there a second?
I'll second for discussion, Chair.
Moved by Holness, second by Fogelholy. Public comment on the motion.
Yes.
Board member comment on the motion. Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. Oh my gosh. I think maybe we need to answer a part or add a part of the motion, which be the second bullet above the preferred qualifications needs to be added back in.
Wait, hold on, Ms. Rupert. We're going to go just by the motion right now, which is to add back the typing test. So that we'll. Do you have a comment on that?
I'm sorry?
Ms. Rupert, do you have a comment on the motion, the actual motion?
I have a question on that.
Go ahead.
Thank you. As long as it has the computer keyboard skills, speed 40, accuracy 70, I'm fine. I just wanted to make it clear.
Okay. Ms. Hickson.
Great.
Thank you. I just would mention that I remember speaking to a variety of people, and the speed of typing is sometimes holds people up from getting the executive job, the executive secretary job, and it's just not, they don't sit and type like that anymore. They don't learn typing in school like they used to learn typing, so it's really difficult to require them to have a skill that we just don't even teach them anymore. I don't think they do it different than they used to, so I wouldn't agree with adding that part in. It's kind of an unnecessary piece to what that job is. They do type, but that's not what the test is, and it's about speed and accuracy. We have spell check now and all of these things that fit in there, and it just seems to be a cumbersome requirement for some of the people who are applying.
May I go back on the list?
Yes, Ms. Rupert. Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much, Chair.
I think among my colleagues, I'm the most recent to fill this job. So I had 87 applicants, which was great, except that was a lot of work to go through and do the interview. So I have some current information about this based on that experience running up until last week. And for those who haven't met Erlisha Clark, she's my new executive secretary, and she's just doing a bang-up job already. Broward County School Employee of the Year 3 years ago, and now here working for the school board. So Erlisha Clark, I hope you guys get to meet her and welcome her to the team. The perspective I got in the 16 interviews I had is that there was very little overlap between this job and this test. And that's a real legal issue, because you can't have a minimum requirement if it's not present in the job. And we don't do this anymore. We don't really sit and ask people to type up things a lot. There are very important computer skills. There are very important research skills. There are incredibly important organizational skills to this job. And when you think a little bit about Broward County's 25,280 employees, school board members each get one. And that person tends to become partners doing a lot more than the minimum required of this job. They do research, they do writing, they help with speeches, they coordinate across very complex relationships between us and organizations, not just school boards, but other boards that we sit on. But what I learned from those 16 interviews is that there were really, really talented people out there that were not applying for the job because they just didn't want to take the test. They didn't want to go through the interview process and then get an offer and it's dependent on a test, when what really matters was computer skills in general and some of the things that were added here about organizational skills, communication skills, meeting deadlines, coordinating across diverse groups. You know, that's really, I think, what this job has evolved into. And when you look at the executive secretaries for school board members who are really contributing to our system, it isn't because they can type fast or type accurately, but it's because they could do so many other things. So I worry that there's a legal issue with this being in here because I don't think it is part of the job. And I really don't want to inhibit really great, well-organized, good communicators like we have right now from coming in and do it. So I would leave this alone. I think it goes very well with the things that were added in on this job description. So I just have done this, and I would just say that taking this out won't prevent fast typers from applying, but it just will prevent highly qualified people from applying for the job.
Any other comments on the motion, Ms. Pham?
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Just in my notes, I apologize for stepping out, but I did want to talk to that student. He's from my district and get some information. With that being said, one of the things that I noted in here that we had taken out, maintain information on school policies. I would like that put back in.
No,
but,
Ms. Pham, you need to speak on the motion.
Oh, the typing only. I'm in agreement with Mr. Zeman on that one.
Dr. Zeman. Okay, so I don't believe it needs to be in, but my reasoning is a little bit different from Dr. Zeman. I do think our secretaries do type a lot. You know, I will have my secretary, I will ask her to type things up. So they're typing, they're writing emails. But I think when I had conversation with staff, it was for different reasons. So Dr. Hepburn, can staff speak to that?
Yes, certainly, Chair. Mr. Azarito, forget you guys behind me.
Yep. Absolutely. So through the chair. So looking at industry right now, you're not seeing the typing test inside job descriptions outside anywhere. So that was one of the reasons. The other reason is the minimum of 6 years of related secretarial experience. We're already asking them for 6 years of secretarial experience. That includes the typing test. So we've had several issues of current employees that may have been here for another position. They apply to it, but however, they didn't have the typing test. So we had to start over, go back. It's just honestly, it's a dinosaur that's out there that has served its purpose, but I believe that's why it should be removed.
Okay. All in favor of the...
No. You put me back on the list,
go
right?
ahead, Rupert. Go ahead.
Gosh, thank you so much. And thank you to my colleagues. It's really nice to hear all your voices. I have a different perspective when it comes to this job. If there was a picture of a person who was the epitome of who this job is. Ellen Tolson. Ellen Tolson can tell you, and any of the other assistants that I've spoken to, previous and past, that it's extremely important, because not only are they doing our job, but like my Ellen, she has been nicely asked to attend meetings, especially FSBA, and to actually be the record keeper and the typist and the person that takes shorthand and do all that. Well, it would be a little bit difficult if Ellen was not able to do that, be able to type it up, send it out the next morning, and it's gone. And FSBA calls on her, and she's on a special committee of assistants throughout the state of Florida because of her business skills, her executive assistant skills, her people skills, and more than anything, her class, and may I even say, the command of the English language, especially when it comes to grammar. Because we all know, you could type up a letter, and you can do the grammar, and you could do the ABC line, right? But however, it's going to put some weird ones in there, and people cannot catch that. So you have to have that gumption, but also the acuity to be able to do this job. So I support wholly Dr. Holness on this. And as someone who's only had 2 assistants in 4 elections, that says a lot about how that person handles themselves publicly, privately, at work, wherever she represents us. And who do the assistants go to ask for how do you type up this? Which form do I use for that? They go to Ellen. And when new people need to be trained, where do they go? They go to Ellen. And when Ellen tells me, and the other assistants, not all of them, because I didn't speak to all of them, they say, we are adamant, do not water this down, do not take it out. So I'm going to follow their call, and I hope that you join me in representing them. So when new people do become assistants, that it's an easier flow, and maybe so many will not be going through the 14th floor, and we'll be able to keep assistants like they used to be.
Please finish your comments. You have 1 minute.
That is my comment, and I thank you for your time.
Madam Chair.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you. So I have to say that I also have who I consider to be a wonderful secretary, and she has done a significant amount of what would be typing related. And you hear from Board Member Rupert, I believe her secretary has been here probably the longest out of all of them, and this is important for her job. So, you know, I am very concerned about watering down the requirement. So I wanted to ask, are we able to get information from, for example, Ellen, about the importance of having this requirement, because she's been here quite some time, and I think that information would help in making a decision on this. But in addition to that, I wanted to find out if, in fact, someone does not have this requirement, how long does it normally take to acquire the typing requirement to fulfill the requirements of this job? The reason I'm asking that question, because maybe we could set a timeline on getting this requirement. I've had 48 applicants when I hired a secretary, and many of them had met the typing requirement, so I don't see where this is a challenge for them to meet it. I think watering this down is a problem for us, for me personally. So if we set a timeline to, if there's an applicant, Board Member Zeman, that you really think can do the job well, and we can set a time requirement to get the typing completed, I am willing to adjust the motion as such. But I think it's really important for executive secretaries to have that requirement.
So I understand what you're saying, Dr. Holness, but I think that this is something that the secretaries have. So it's not even, we don't even need to put it in there because they have it. We already know it. And what staff is saying that it is making things difficult to put people actually in their jobs, and it's creating more work for it to happen. We're not saying that it's not, that they don't have this skill, that this is not necessary. It absolutely is. But I know that technology also has evolved where you could have a device, an app, a phone where it can take notes and type it all up for you. So I think we should move on. There's so many other things in this that we need to address, so I think we should vote unless anybody else has anything else to say. Okay. So can we repeat the motion, Dr. Holness?
Yes. I move to reinstate the typing test requirement in the job description for the executive secretary in the Office of School Board Members.
Roll call.
Roll call on the motion. School board members, Al-Hadaf.
No.
Alston. Alston. Pham.
No.
Foganholly.
No.
Hickson.
No.
Holness.
Yes.
Leonardi.
No.
Rupert.
Yes, and yes, and yes.
Zeman.
No.
Motion fails 7-2.
Austin?
Mr. Olson, what was your vote?
I'm sorry, 6-2.
No.
No.
No,
Okay.
please. Thank you.
7-2. Okay, Dr. Holness, do you have anything else?
Yes, I do. Okay, so I needed to question the pay grade here says 11, and I am, as having executive secretary being in the position they are, as far as among the top secretaries for the district, is there a reason that the pay grade is at 11 instead of 12?
Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Azarito.
That predates me. Not sure.
Okay, so
Just
no
make your
one
motion.
knows. Okay, so I'd like to make a motion. I motion to reclassify the executive secretary in the Office of School Board Members from pay grade 11 to pay grade 12. Additionally, I propose a 2% salary increase for any current executive secretary earning above the minimum of pay grade 12. And I have the motion. I can pass it around.
Mm-hmm. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Holness, second by Leonardi. Public comment on the motion. Board member comment on the motion. Ms. Batista.
Madam Chair. I'm sorry.
Ms. Batista?
I think Mr. Azarito and I are going to say the same thing. The secretaries for the executive secretaries for the board members are part of the COPA group. So if you were to give them a 2% raise, that would then apply to the COPA group in its entirety.
Okay, so
Is that, go ahead.
okay, so I will move to strike the 2% part of it, and the rest of the motion remains.
Okay, thank you. Board member comment? I do have a comment. So I'm going to pass out a job description. I think this is quite interesting. This job description says that they're at a pay grade 12, and this was last revised in 2007. So I'm not sure how they went from a pay grade 12 to a pay grade 11.
No good.
And I know this predates you, Dr. Hepburn. So, you can clearly see that they're at a pay grade 12. Yeah. And then, yeah, so that's it. Anybody, Ms. Pham?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a substitute motion. And just to restore, my motion is to restore the executive secretaries to the pay grade 12.
Well, that's his motion.
That's the
So,
same as Jeff's.
That's his
Very
motion.
similar. He just said they were at 11. They're not 11.
No, he moved them to a 12. He's moving
Okay.
them to a 12.
Yeah, in essence, that's the same. That's
Same
great.
thing.
Yeah.
Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion to move them to a pay grade 12, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no. Motion passes unanimously. Dr. Holness?
That's it for me.
Okay. Any other board? Dr. Zeman?
Yes, thank you much, Chair. I have one that may be quick. It's not a major change. But on the top bullet of the second page, we ask for, as an alternate to the 6 years of work, that you might have 2 years of work with 2 years of college. I feel, and I'm happy to hear if I'm wrong on this, but a 2 years of education in specialized secretarial duties doesn't really kind of obviate the need for 4 years of experience. I think any 2-year degree, any associate's degree, is a significant investment in the education and capabilities of an applicant for this job. And I would just recommend that we delete the words "in specialized secretarial duties or related subjects." I'm not even sure you can get an associate's degree anymore in secretarial duties, but I think we should strike that and just replace it with any 2 years college degree.
Second. Moved by Zeman, second by Leonardi. Public comment on the motion. Board member comment on the motion. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no.
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 No. Alston.
3. I'm sorry, Nora. No.
Yes, Nora, Pham, Alston are no. Motion carries. Dr. Zeman?
That's all, Chair. Thank you.
Any other board member? Okay, hold on. I have a list here. All right, I'm just going to pass this out, and then we can kind of go through it.
Chair, is this all on H8? What you have?
Yeah,
Okay,
H8.
thank you.
We might have covered some of these
Just
things
trying to
already.
figure out exactly how far I have to read.
Yeah, and then I just want to, my colleagues, the paper that job description that I did send out to you, it was the Records Management Assistant, Office of School Board Records. So just for all transparency, but if that changes anything, someone can make another motion, I guess. Okay, so the job description. So I do think that they need to have excellent command of the English language, ability to handle a variety of tasks simultaneously, and ability to understand and carry out complex oral and written instructions, and must have experience in using office automation equipment. And so those were striked out, and I think that they should remain. So my motion is I move the following job description remain for Executive Secretary, Office of the School Board members. Moved by Aldef, second by Holness. Public comment on the motion. Board member comment on the motion.
Chair, if you could just identify where these 3 bullets are, I just would love to read it in the job description.
Page 2 of the job description, about halfway through the first set of bullets after "or." Actually, the 4th bullet.
I'm with you, but how about the second bullet, ability to understand and carry out complex oral and written instructions?
It's 3, 6, 7th bullet point. On page 2.
Thank you very much.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no. Motion carries.
I'm an aye.
You're an aye?
I'm an aye, yes.
Oh, got it. Okay,
Thank you.
my next motion is I move that the following job descriptions be removed for Executive Secretary, Office of School Board members. The proficiency in shorthand, I don't necessarily think that's needed. So that's my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Aldef, second by Zeman. Public comment, board comment. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. Motion carries unanimously. The next motion, I find this quite interesting because there's always been this, like there are secretary, but they don't report to the board member, that they report to the superintendent.
No point.
And so I would like to add that they report to the board member.
Second.
Okay, so wait, I move the following job description to be added for Executive Secretary, Office of School Board members to report to the board member.
Second.
Moved by Aldef, second by Holness. Public comment. For the board member they work for, yes.
Just,
Dr. Hepburn?
yes, I wanted to, just to make sure we understand any implications. Ms. Batista, if there's anything that the board needs to be aware of.
Ms. Batista?
Yes, so there is no issue with them, with the secretary reporting directly to the board member because they're not reporting to the entire board, so they're not like a direct report to the board as, for example, the superintendent or general counsel or something like that. So it's appropriate.
Mrs. Hickson?
Thank you. Actually, this came up because, my question to that would be, though, if they're reporting to the board member, which they should because that's who they're working for, when they have group meetings, who is it, and I think it's in discussion now, who is it that they report to? Because when there was a chief of staff, they reported underneath there, and then we shifted it around. So, somebody has to also help them when they're talking about, what the procedures are just in general, because besides being a board member's assistant, they do things that are general for the board as a whole. So.
I'm sorry, Ms. Hickson.
That's okay.
No, we're checking because I think it's already in there that it reports directly to the school board member.
That's what I have on mine.
Yes.
School board member.
Okay.
Yes, it's correct. Is it already in there? Yes.
Okay, it's already there?
Yes, ma'am.
But my question, I still have the same question, though. So they have staff meetings, right, occasionally, because they're not individual, they're working for a board member, but they work as a team as the board office. So who's not in charge, but who would be the direct supervisor in that respect? Because it was under the chief of staff. Now the chief of staff got rolled into communication. So I think somebody that's, I wouldn't say supervisor, but guiding them along, because I think it's a little fuzzy to.
I nominate the vice chair, by the way.
Dr. Hepburn?
I don't mean us, I mean in
No,
district
but to call the
staff.
meetings, that'd be a good vice chair responsibility.
No, but they do. They already call staff meetings. That's what I'm saying.
Mr. Sullivan?
Yeah, so right now Mr. Hill does occasionally meet with them as it relates to how we can be more efficient in terms of board items and other topics that apply to the whole group. So we already have that in place in terms of working as a team as it relates to the work that we do in this boardroom. So, and when they have questions, they also call Mr. Hill.
So that's my question. Was that in the policy? And there are some things, like in here, does it say if you're the vice chair's assistant that you have to answer all the emails? Like, there's a lot of things that keep changing and going back and forth. If it should be in the job description, is that procedural? Is it part of policy? Is it a job description? Because it keeps fluctuating, and it's very confusing to some of them.
I believe it's been practiced at the
But then it
executive
wasn't,
secretary for
and
the.
then it was again. So that's my point.
Good? Okay, so then we covered the last one, so I'm all good. Anybody else have a motion? All in favor of H8 as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Yes. H8 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on GG1?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment.
There is no public comment, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, this actually did pass already. If you can ask or if you can bring it back since you're on the prevailing side, I believe Ms. Batista needs it back on the floor.
Yes, if there could be a motion to reconsider GG1 because it was passed on consent.
Yep. I move to reconsider GG1.
So moved.
Moved by Aldef, second by Fogenholy. Public comment. Board member comment. Ms. Batista?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we have here, well, let me introduce the item first. The item states is to authorize the superintendent and the general counsel to enter into an agreement with the litigation group of Morgan & Morgan, Kopelowitz, Ostro, Ferguson, Weisselberg, Gilbert, and Halixer, Perez, and Schwam, PA, to represent the School Board of Broward County, Florida, in a multi-district litigation against insulin manufacturers and pharmacy benefit managers for insulin price manipulation, fixing, and collusion, and this is something that affects the entire district. We have Mr. Eugene Perez, who will discuss the item further.
Sir, thank you. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Dr. Hepburn and others. Thank you so much for giving us an opportunity. We have been before you on other multi-district litigation. We represented you all on the Jewel litigation. We're representing you in social media litigation. The team that we have here, we were together on opioids, not with you all, but with Broward County and many cities across Broward. There's a deep bench in this litigation. And the one we're here today on is insulin. As Mrs. Batista mentioned, we have here today Scott Weisselberg, who's with KO Lawyers. We have James Young, as well as Juan Martinez from Morgan & Morgan. I'm going to ask Mr. Martinez I'm going to ask you to give some comments regarding the nature of this litigation. We submitted some material that I think you all have probably received, and most importantly, we want an opportunity to answer whatever questions you all have once Mr. Martinez speaks.
Thank you very much. We view this litigation as very, very important because prescription drug pricing across the board has gotten outrageous. I think we can all agree on that. Particularly this litigation has to deal with insulin, which is a life-saving medication for about 12% of Floridians. And the school board, as a self-funded payer of insurance, is bearing an absurd cost of insulin. If you're not aware, insulin has been around for about 100 years, and there hasn't been very much improvement or development or research on insulin, yet the price of insulin has grown exponentially, and that's for two big reasons. One is because of rebates that manufacturers are receiving from PBMs due to exclusive placement on formularies. The second is, in order to kind of recoup those costs from those rebates, it's what's called lockstep pricing. There are three major manufacturers of insulin which control about 90% of the market. And every time one raises the price, the other two raise the price. And that's continued for about the past 20 years. By our estimations, for every single insulin-dependent diabetic that the school board covers, you're paying in excess of $5,000 to $6,000 per user, which is money that the board could use for a myriad of reasons. If you've been able to look over the presentation that we provided, Ms. Batista, it covers the full scope of our likely claims that we could bring forward, and it also gives you somewhat of a historical background. I'm sure many of you are aware our healthcare system, pharmaceutical system are extremely complex, flowing from manufacturers to pharmacy benefit managers and pharmacies themselves, and a lot of those steps are very intertwined. And the purpose of this litigation is to first help self-funded payers like yourself recover those costs, but second, try to at least begin the first steps of untwining that system that ultimately you all bear the brunt of paying for. So with that, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, I just wanted to bring another point up that I would need a motion at the end of my explanation. So there is also a potential conflict of interest because of the firm Morgan & Morgan. Some subsidiaries of the firm have or file claims against the school board, but we are seeking to have approval for a motion to authorize either myself or the chair, the general counsel or the chair, a conflict of interest waiver. The law firm that we are considering, which is here before you, they normally do representation in the insulin price fixing litigation, and they're highly qualified and well suited to handle this complex case. As a result of the potential conflict, the firm has implemented comprehensive measures, from what I understand, to insulate itself from the related entities to avoid any conflict of interest, and the measures include restricting access to any systems or information that contain details about any potential conflicted claims, limiting communication between attorneys and staff involved in the matters, and notifying all personnel involved in the district's case to avoid any interactions with those working on cases where where it also is a defendant. So given these precautions, it is my recommendation that the district waive the potential conflict and proceed with retaining the firm as their expertise will be invaluable in this litigation. So I would need a motion for...
Dr. Zeman.
Thank you. I move that it would be the general counsel to sign the conflict of interest waiver, thereby permitting Morgan & Morgan, our law firm, to represent the district in the insulin price fixing litigation.
Is moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment on the motion. Board member comment on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Ms. Batista?
Do you have any questions for the firm?
Any questions?
Yes.
Dr. Zeman.
Thank you. One, thank you for being here. Your reputation, not just in this case, but in numerous related litigation is amazing. So thank you for building such an amazing firm. I am, though, forced to be a fiduciary relationship to us in this case. And I know we're not your first client joining this lawsuit. Is that correct?
So you would be our first school board client joining this lawsuit. We currently represent the city of Orlando in this case.
Yeah.
But we have a very strong vested interest in Broward County School Boards.
I'm very glad you said that, because what is your fee for representing us?
So we're operating on a contingency fee basis. I believe our fee that we've outlined is 25%.
Terrific. And what I would like to know, Chair, given that this client is in desperate need for funds, if this could be negotiated to 20% instead of 25%.
The 25% is pretty standard in what we've done and what everybody does in this space. It's all contingency. To explain that, if we don't win, you don't pay a penny. We pay all expenses. We take care of everything over the course of the litigation, and that's why 25%, which I do a lot of civil litigation, and the percentages are typically higher than that, significantly higher than I have. Percentages up to 40%. But because of the relationship, long-standing relationship we have with you all, Miami-Dade, same percentage in these types of cases. So it's already kind of cut down due to the public nature of the client that we're seeking. So I would ask you to have a little mercy and understand. No, but I appreciate it, but there's a lot of costs involved, and you try to balance the costs and carrying of the money and all of that, and that's the rate.
Just for the record, I asked a short question, got a great but long answer about the single number. This firm is a tremendous firm, and you want a great, strong litigator to handle this case, but it's also a price-fixing case, which I think is going to be ruled very quickly and in big dollars for this. And so if we sign with a 25% contingency, I wonder if we could do kind of a limit on total fees or something, just so that we can defend, our role as a school board for Broward County. If, in fact, this turns out to be $25 million, 25% of $25 million, $6.25 million, it's a lot of money for the lawyers. And so would you be willing to agree to a fixed cap on the fees for legal fees?
I appreciate your interest. It's something that I don't want to sit here and just pop out numbers standing here. If it's okay, we can talk to your general counsel, and she can get back, and if that's okay.
No, that's wonderful. And again, I don't prefer to do negotiations in a public forum either, but this is the forum that we have where we can, talk amongst ourselves. So yes, that would be wonderful. And I have no motion on that right now, Chair. Just wanted to start that. It is typical for public institutions to think both about the fee that you pay and a cap. And it might be that this is a significant amount of money. We have paid for a long time, and to my understanding, we can go back 10 years on what we've paid for insulin. And when you think about $6,000 overcharge per person who's on diabetes times between 25 and 40,000 employees we've had over the last 10 years, it is a substantial amount of money, and I want to make sure that we're signing a contract that kind of represents that to the best of our ability. So I appreciate the dialogue, and I look forward to hearing back from General Counsel.
So all I wanted to share is that I did look into the insulin spent in the district before I asked this firm to come here today, and the spend on insulin from 2017 to 2024 for the district, which is self-insured, is $26 million. So just wanted to let you know that. And then I'll be happy to discuss any fees and or changes to the percentages with the law firms and report back to the board.
Ms. Pham?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. You said this time that we're the primary client, or we are your client. Are you planning to expand this into a class action?
So without giving, I don't know how familiar you are with multi-district litigation. So we don't believe that this would be proper for a class action. Instead, there's a group of cases that have been all filed throughout the country and then brought together before one district court judge in New Jersey, Judge Martinotti, who is handling the discovery aspect, the pre-trial aspect of a case. So in the complaint, it would be Broward School Board by itself. It wouldn't be a class action to where you would be a representative of classes of school boards. It would just be a singular case brought on behalf of Broward schools.
And my last question is, I'm not really familiar with insulin. I'm not diabetic, but I know, what is it, Ozempic? Ozempic, is that considered an insulin as well?
Ozempic?
Ozempic, I'm sorry, yeah.
So those are GLP-1 drugs that some insulin-dependent diabetics take, or some diabetics can take, and they are also included within the universe of drugs that are in dispute in this case. Obviously, the defendants don't agree with that, but they are within the universe of drugs which we are collecting the data from and looking at the expenditure.
All right, thank you. And if I may, one more question to General Counsel. Did you consider Ozempic when you accumulated that data, or was that not part of that data?
I believe when the data was put together, that was taken into consideration.
Part of it. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Public comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm sorry I keep being put in the position of having to fight to be able to speak. I did sign up outside. There is a card with my name on it. And when you called, if that said, were there any public speakers, you were told no. Thank you for going back on it. I'd like to just commend this litigation. It's really important to stand up to abuses of power and to stand up for the little people against the big people. But I'd just like to mention something that kind of comes as an offshoot, which is we need to see that same energy put into BCPS standing up for its students with diabetes. And I wanted to make you aware that there is at least one who's been discriminated against for over a year with not having 504 accommodations for a year. So while negotiating with lawyers about their fee, and I know whatever they get, I'm sure they will earn it, and I think this is a really important and commendable case, please also know that you're going to need to negotiate with a member of senior staff who has been making life difficult for a year now for a student in need of enshrining potentially life-saving accommodations in a 504 plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public speaker? All in favor of GG1 approved as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no. GG1 passes unanimously. May I have a motion second on 001? Moved by Fogelhoy, second by Hickson. Public comment?
No registered speakers.
No public comment?
I'm sorry, did you say 001, Madam Chair?
001.
I believe that was passed in the consent.
001 pass?
I believe so.
Okay. May I have a motion? No, it's okay. May I have a motion and second on each 9?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment?
No public comment.
Board member comment? Ms. Pham?
No sugar, no calories.
You almost had me there.
Ms. Pham?
Yeah. No, I have my notes as okay on that one. I must have spoken to someone about it.
Any other board member comment on H9? All in favor of H9, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no. H9 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on E2?
So moved.
Moved by Fognoli, second by Seaman. Public comment?
We have one registered speaker, Jackie Lupska.
Thank you. This is A2 ESE policy and procedures. These never came before ESE advisory last year, and they haven't come before us this year. They always used to, even when there is even one tweak to a piece of punctuation. And having policies and procedures about how you're going to oblige your responsibilities to students in line with the law is great, but policies and procedures are only meaningful if you actually observe them and have the personnel, the resources, and the infrastructure and the will in place to oblige them. With these, I respectfully submit that you do not. You can't now fulfill some of these procedures in your new digital platform. You have a number of situations that do not meet the standard that is cited in this document, which I quote from it: the school district assures provision of full educational opportunity to all students with disabilities aged 3 to 21, using the kind and the number of facilities and personnel and services necessary to meet this goal. You just do not. You won't probably find a single parent or member of staff who could tell you that these policy and procedures are actually met now and that you do have those resources and facilities and personnel and services in place to oblige them. There is also on page 26, I quote, that the district, quote, protects the confidentiality of student records and information. In your new parent portal, it was pointed out to the superintendent about 4 weeks ago by parents that there was a major data security weakness in the parent portal for Focus. There have also been data breaches of student data via the parent portal, which have been reported. We were told you would have our backs on this, and you didn't, and lessons from 2018 hadn't been learned. And to find that we put our trust in this district to protect the confidentiality of our kids' data, and that it's being taken so lightly, is not only disappointing, it's legally actionable. You are on such dangerous ground with it. We just want for the right thing to be done. And to find that data security has been treated so lightly, and that it's on parents to point out basic security breaches is not okay. It does need immediate review. We have an ESE advisory meeting tomorrow, and it would be good to have an action plan brought to us by then to reassure stakeholders that our kids' data is secure. In one episode, I can tell you now that because documents are having to be emailed back and forth because parents can't access them, or there's any kind of difficulty accessing them, that I was sent a student's IEP yesterday on a reply all email to a parent. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Pham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I spoke with staff and also with the superintendent about this, Manuel, because in reviewing it, I didn't see anything about the videos or continuing videos from the pilot plan that the state had instituted for ESE students. So I'd like to ask Dr. Hepburn, if he would, please explain where we stand on the status of that, what we're doing to move forward, and what your expectations of when we'll be starting that program. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Pham. Good question. So we know that the legislation has sunsetted for the cameras, but we took it upon ourselves as staff just to make sure we're supporting transparency and continuing that level of service. We are currently taking requests from parents at the moment. Checked in with the ESE leadership team today, and to date 600 requests have been submitted. We have to implement policy first, so we've put some information in there just to let those parents know as soon as we're done creating the policy that's going to create the guardrails for implementation for the use of cameras will be full go. So that's where we stand right now. So hopefully that policy can get expedited and implemented within a month or so.
Thank you, Dr. Hepburn, for giving us an update and also for continuing with that program.
Dr. Zeman?
Thanks, Chair. We're in the process, Chair, of shifting to a brand new single student information system. It's going to take time, I know, to convert over. ESE, those students are incredibly special to us, and so I'd like, Chair, to know how are we doing on this shift to the student information system focus, and are we violating, or excuse me, let me just ask it this way, are we failing to provide any services to special needs students in Broward County because we have a new student information system?
Dr. Hepburn?
I'm going to defer to Mr. Bradford and Ms. Hollingsworth in a minute. The transition to Focus is going very well, just like any other large enterprise software system that we implement in a district this large. There are going to be some bumps in the road, and surely we've had some bumps in the road that we are addressing on a daily basis and during the summer and smoothing things out. I know as of last week, Friday, we probably had up to 10,000 parents that have created their accounts, and I think a large portion have also submitted their back-to-school forms, and that's steadily rising and working with schools to communicate those matters. And the ESE team, I've talked to them today about Focus 2, and the transition is going well. Of course, large enterprise system, like you say, change is tough, and there's certainly some bumps in the road, but everything is working out to plan, and we're smoothing things out every day. And so if Mr. Bradford or Ms. Hollingsworth want to add anything, I'll give them the floor to do so.
Good afternoon. Simone Hollingsworth, Chief Academic Officer, and I just obviously ditto what Dr. Hepburn has mentioned, as well as knowing that we're providing a lot through the ESE Department of boots on the ground support to our end users, the teachers, whether it be the ESE specialists, those service providers, teachers in the classrooms, and not just calling in, but really truly having opportunities for them to go out and also help them in the classrooms and at their schools. So whether they call in or us going, just trying to meet them where they are to support them through the new endeavor of Focus.
Anything else?
I just want to reiterate the question, though. Has any exceptional student, any special needs student in Broward County lost services because of our transition to Focus?
No. People provide our services, not programs.
Thank you very much. On the looping to advisories, I know in this particular case where our advisory committee, deeply informed, very interested in helping, we had a summer deadline. And we had to get this in and get it to here today to get it in to meet the Department of Ed. Sometimes Department of Education's deadline preclude us from looping even the first time, let alone looping and coming back and responding to changes and things like that. So I want to compliment ESE committee for continuing to be so passionate about this. In this particular case, I understand we were meeting a deadline, and the interest in looping is still there. The willingness and the ability obviously is there, but just didn't make it as a result of a Department of Ed deadline. Thanks so much, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Sixon?
Thank you. We had a guest speaker that mentioned that there are things in the policy and procedures that aren't aligned or we don't do anymore. I've said this a number of times about policies that we have, just in general. As a teacher, you can check off that you have a policy, but if it's not being implemented properly, then it's just a bunch of words. So can someone speak to that part? What are the things that are in here that maybe are obsolete? Did they remove them? Do they feel that this is the best updated version? Can we come back to it? Are we going to loop it? Can you kind of speak to all of those pieces, because the ESE advisory should have had some kind of input in here?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, I'm defer to Ms. Hollingsworth in a minute, but just what Mr. Zeman just spoke about, we received the information from the DOE, I want to say early June, and with a quick turnaround, and the implications of losing tens of millions of dollars of IDEA funds if it's not submitted in a timely manner during the summer based on their deadlines. But I'll defer to Ms. Hollingsworth about if she feels like there's anything in the procedures or practices listed in this document that we may not be able to address.
Thank you, Dr. Hepburn. Again, Simone Hollingsworth, Chief Academic Officer, and I'm going to have Ms. Acosta Castro come up to the microphone as well. Please know that the policies and procedures document is a template that's driven by the state. There are many items in there that we do not get to edit, that they're from the state that we have to just address, and I'll let her take it further, that there's not a lot of opportunities for our review.
Yes, good afternoon. Stephanie Acosta Castro, Director of Support and Compliance with ESE. The ESE Policies and Procedures is a template that is created by the Department of Ed and provided to every district. There are certain parts of the text that we cannot edit. It is their template, it is their ask, and then there's text boxes, which you'll see if you're going through the 300-page document. That is where we respond. The policies and procedures are active for 3 academic years. The policies and procedures for all districts in the state of Florida actually concluded on June 30th of 2023. And due to changes in the state, they did not reopen that for us until May of 2024. At that time, they asked us to have everything back to them by July 21st so that they could review and provide us feedback, and then they came forward with a pre-approval process, as they call it, by July 3rd with a deadline of August 30th to be approved by our board and resubmitted to them. The DOE does not require us to keep a red line version of edits from one 3-year period to the next, so we don't necessarily have a red line edit, but the person that helps us organize the parts that go back to the DOE does keep kind of like a matrix where we highlight things that were added and the dates they were approved by the DOE.
Okay. So is it something, if it was looped or we went through a process, could be revised?
It would have to first go back to the state. So let's just say that we came forward and we said we want to be more stringent on an area. The DOE would need to still approve that, even if we had looped it.
That's what I'm saying, though. Is there a time period? I know it had to be in at a certain time, but can it be revised at a future date?
My understanding is that the DOE only opens it every 3 years, and when they open it, they tell us which sections are editable. So if there's a major shift in policy, they may reopen it halfway through the validation period and say you're only allowed to touch this process.
Okay, thank you for the
You're welcome.
information.
Any other comments? All in favor of A2, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. No.
No.
Item passes with 2 dissenting votes, Aldef and Rupert. May I have a motion and second? And board, I'm going to go on the priority pulled items on 0016.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Fogenholy. Public comment.
No registered speakers.
Board comment. Mrs. Dr. Holness. 0016. Dr. Holness.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of questions. For the firms that are here, the interpreting services for deaf and hard of hearing, can staff comment on any efforts to attract MWBE firms to, as far as to provide interpreting services?
I'm sorry, Dr. Holdens. Can you repeat that? It was a little distracting.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was eating. I'm sorry. Okay, so for the firms that are here, we are approving the agreement for award of request for proposal, interpreting services for the deaf and hard of hearing. And I see that we have the following 3 vendors. Are any of these vendors that is listed here MWBE?
I see Ms. Andrea and her team are here. Give them a sec to look at the documents. Go ahead, Ms. Andrea, when you're ready.
Good evening, Jennifer Andreu, Executive Director, Operations. So these are 3 vendors. They are not MWBE certified, and I would have to look at the original agreement to see what the affirmative procurement initiative was on this particular proposal.
Okay, so can I have a follow-up on what efforts were made in terms of attracting MWBE firms?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I will say, though, that this is not a huge area for MWBE participation, but that does not preclude us from doing the outreach.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board member comments? Seeing none, all in favor of 0016, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on double P1?
So move.
Moved by Zeman, second by Fogenholy. Public comment?
No registered public comment, Madam Chair.
Board comments? I have
Pham.
Ms. Pham.
I just had one change recommendation on the proposed memo, and I'll give you that right now. One of my concerns is I know that the ethics rule and policies have been amended, and they've been additional definition have been added, and one of the definitions is that relatives includes not just immediate family members, but it also includes brothers, sisters, sister-in-laws, brother-in-laws, that kind of thing. And so my concern is that under our ethics policies, board members are not allowed to even give the impression of an impropriety. We're supposed to be completely candid and completely transparent. So what I'm suggesting is that we incorporate into our policy that these new definitions that include those included in policy, actually I think it was policy 1270 that I've just seen rewritten. I think it was a state policy. So I think that we need that because at this point in time, one of the things that I am uncomfortable with is my colleague who has a brother that does business with Broward County as a contractor, and I have all the respect for Mr. Zeman, but I just don't want to go there where we give that appearance of impropriety, and I think that that should be included in there, and I think also instead of 2 years that we're not allowed to do business with the district, it should be extended to 4 years. So I would make that motion that one, we expand our definitions to include brothers, sisters, brother-in-laws, and sister-in-laws as I've seen it written, and also that we expand the term that you cannot do business with the district to 4 years. That's my motion.
Is there a second? Motion fails. Dr. Zeman?
Can you repeat it, please?
Sure. That we use a more expansive definition that is now being used by the Department of Ethics, which includes relatives, not just wife and children. It's more expansive now where it says brothers, brother-in-laws, sisters, sister-in-laws, as in the definition of relatives. The definition of relatives has been expanded. In addition to that, in our policy, we have up to 2 years where you cannot do business with the school district. I think that should be extended to 4 years, that after you leave, or concurrently, you cannot do business until 4 years after that point. And that's my motion.
Is there a second?
Now, second for discussion, Chair.
Been moved by Pham, second by Fogelnolly. Public comment? Board comment? Mrs. Leonardi?
Yeah, is that pertinent to the item? Is that motion pertinent to the item?
It is. It's number 20.
Yes.
It's listed in the policy. Those provisions were in there. That's why I'm saying we should use the expansive definition of relatives.
Number 21, Ms. Leonardi.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board member comment on the motion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Those opposed, say no.
No.
Motion fails. Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much, Chair. I'm curious and asked a question about this, and the answer I got was an answer somewhat unrelated to the question. But on the summary on page 2, second paragraph, I just want to read what we're being told. We held a workshop on June 25th, and we talked about the first draft of this policy. And I went back and watched that video, but the summary here says that there was, second sentence, no specific consensus takeaway from the workshop. One of the things that we talked about at the workshop is we'd like our policies to be readable by the public. We'd like parents and students and vendors and volunteers and some of the 812,000 people that helped us become an A district, who are directly involved in doing something with Broward Schools, to be able to read our policies and understand it. And second, it's a way to make sure that the public has confidence in what we're doing as a board and what we're doing as a school system. And so when I went back and looked at the workshop, we talked about that, like, hey, why don't we try and make our policies more readable while we're going through them, rather than just worry about the content or the steps or the detailed procedures and processes, which, by the way, don't need to be in our policies and probably shouldn't. And so I object to this. I believe very strongly that we reached consensus at that workshop. I believe very strongly in the idea that our policy should be readable by the public. And I challenge anyone that's elected to public office to say it otherwise. The people that asked us to serve here would like to be able to read the product of our work. And so, Chair, I'm curious, how do we ensure at workshops that the consensus of the board is clear to the staff so that the work they do afterwards is taking good use of the time we spend at workshops?
Well, so specifically, I clarify at the end of we workshop something if staff has clarification. Dr. Hepburn, do you want to weigh in?
Mr. Sullivan?
Yes, so I mean, going forward, we could have a better mechanism or an improved mechanism where we can ensure that we're capturing consensus and perhaps share with the board after the board meeting's done.
Thanks, Chair. It does impact the draft of this policy. There were 5 things that were talked about, and I'll read the reaction from staff. BCPS administration evaluated this suggestion and determined that the revision to school board policy, this one's 1270, is balanced and clear, and ensured its provisions are properly interpreted by BCPS administrative staff. But BPPS administrative staff is not always the whole customer set for our policies. The public is too. And that was the whole point. And so I appreciate that we could tighten up, the communication between us and the staff about, what the intent is and when we reach consensus. But this summary document is disappointing to me. Because there were 5 cases where we talked about something. In 5 cases, the staff came back and said, we're not changing anything. And that's disappointing, and I look forward to participating in maybe a more clarifying way about how we reach consensus at our workshop meetings. Thanks, Chair.
Dr. Zeman, is there something in the 5 different ways that you want to add to this?
Well, yes.
Change?
That
right. Would be the time to do it.
See, but the only remedy to this is to postpone this and bring it back, because there were 5 specific items brought up. So a member, Ms. Leonardi would talk about something and nobody would object. And and you could either read body language. We didn't go back at the end and say, hey, specifically, do we all agree with Ms. Leonardi or not? But and I appreciate that we can do better communicating going forward. But these 5 things were things that we talked about, and we ought to talk at some point about whether we had consensus on them and do we want them reflected in the policy. But the only remedy is really to postpone it. I don't know if my colleagues agree with me that this doesn't seem to be like a policy that we're ever going to use. You know, this is about buying new sites, so a postponement is not has no impact. So I'd be curious about what impact there would be if we postpone this item.
Okay, please make a motion to postpone.
I'd like to move that we postpone this to our next available school board meeting, and that the staff rewatch the workshop and see if in fact there's another litmus test for us gaining consensus.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Holness. Public comment, board comment. Ms. Batista?
So the only caveat is that because it is a policy, it needs to be advertised under Chapter 120 in a particular way. So if there are any changes to be made, then I think it needs to come back at a different time.
Yeah, and I'll amend my motion to bring it back to the next available school board meeting that meets the schedule. But again, this is not a policy we're going to implement for a while, and so I think it makes some sense to go back and look at that video.
Second the amendment.
Yes. Okay. Any other comments? Seeing none. All in favor of PP1, say, as amended, say aye.
Postponing
Or
PP1.
postponed. Yeah.
Postponed.
Aye. Those opposed say no. PP1 is postponed. May I have a motion and second on PB3?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Fognoli. Public comment.
No public comment.
Board comment. I'm good with my comment. Any other comments on PP3?
Yes.
Dr. Holmes.
I just wanted to say this with this policy on metal detectors. You know, I for the portion that says up to and including possible expulsion, I still have a concern with that, which is on the actual red line version on page 4 of 5, where it says item E, students who refuse to submit to a metal detector screening will face disciplinary action up to and including possible expulsion. You know, I would much rather see will face disciplinary action, period, as opposed to up to and including expulsion. You know, for the record, I'm still always concerned about that because I'm worried about the extremity of this punishment, or any principal or anyone who decides to exercise the option up to expulsion. Certainly, I agree with disciplinary action, but I do not agree with expulsion. And I'm not saying anyone will exercise that option, but I think this also lends itself to disparity in treatment, and subject the treatment being subjective, where how do you determine what warrants expulsion, and who monitors and check whether or not this is fair to the particular child. So again, I want to keep that for the record, and I'd like the superintendent to comment on, as far as expulsion, to who determine when we get to expulsion, and who monitors this, and how do we ensure that this process of punishment is equitable across the district. Why can't this policy simply say we'll face disciplinary action? Why do we need to include expulsion here?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yep, thank you, Chair. So I think the language that they're using is reflected based on the student code of conduct. For me, it sounds like we're saying the same thing. Will receive disciplinary action or up to and including expulsion, which is more reflected on the language that's in the student code of conduct. As far as how we monitor the schools when they actually encounter incidents that would lead up to an expulsion. They work with our student services offices, specifically Joda Washington, to help them work through that case just to make sure it is eligible for expulsion.
Okay. So I understand, and I just wanted for the record that I think we agreed to something, to this particular language in the last meeting, but I certainly still do not support that language, but I'll move on to some other concerns that I have. So I visited Piper High School on the first day when we implement metal detectors, and certainly there were challenges that we worked through, and thank you, Dr. Hepburn and your team, because it got much better as we move forward. I also went to Plantation High School twice, subsequent to the first day of implementing metal detectors. But what I did notice on the second day that I went there, it was a very rainy day. And on that particular day, there were different plans in place as far as how the process in using metal detectors during the rainy period. So I just wanted to find out how do we make that determination. I mean, in terms of rainy day, what is the process, and also if we're not having kids utilize metal detectors completely during the rainy day periods, I would prefer to see that each specific school have some sort of a plan of action to ensure that as many kids use the metal detectors for safety. So if you could just give us a better idea of what the rainy days look like for metal detectors, and what plans are in place to improve this process so the kids can actually, so we can not defeat the purpose of what metal detectors are placed there for.
Yes, absolutely. So I'm going to defer some of this to Mr. Lozano. But yes, in the event that we do have inclement weather, especially a rainy day or even a tornado watch of some sort, we don't want our kids out side of school in the line going through a metal detector in that type of inclement weather or even dangerous weather such as the tornado. So we did implement some procedures and processes that principals leveraged on a specific Friday. My weeks are going by so quick. I think that was last Friday. Last Friday. So not all schools, but those schools that experience some inclement weather. So I'm going to defer to Mr. Lozano to kind of give specifics because we're always iterating our safety procedures just to make sure we're addressing specific needs, but also giving principals guidance of how we accomplish what we're trying to with metal detectors and trying to deter students from bringing certain things on campus and having procedures when we do find things on campus too.
And Dr. Hepburn, before he answers, I wanted to also know how are principals part of this process? Because every school is different. When I went to Plantation High School, they had the auditorium right next to where the kids were coming in, and the principal indicated that there could be a possibility of the kids going through the auditorium. The walk from the parking lot had a short walk that with a canopy would take care of the rain problem. So our principals, because every school is different, our principals being involved in this plan of action as it relates to their specific school to which they're aware of, in addition to the first question.
Yes, absolutely. Principals are part of this process, and Mr. Lozano, he'll provide detail on that too.
Okay.
Yep.
Through the chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Lozano.
Ernie Lozano, Task Assigned Chief Safety and Security Officer. So after Friday, we realized we needed to bring consistency to that process, and our goal as a district is to continue the screening process as much as possible. So there should be very minimal times throughout the school year based on the strategic placement of these devices by the safety and security team. Most of these devices are already under overhangs inside a covered area. So 95% of the time, schools are able to proceed with the screening process as normal. So in those very rare cases where the weather is not allowing a school to proceed, we are working currently on putting processes in place so that we are able to, in almost every event, continue the screening process. Dr. Fulton and I met with a group of principals yesterday morning to start talking about exactly what you talked about, Dr. Holness.
Okay.
Every school campus is unique.
Right.
And so when we thought of the first plan and we talked it through with principals and they started sharing the differences of their campuses, we knew we had to include the principals to come up with an effective plan. So we are also meeting with all principals at 9:30 on Friday with a larger group to continue to work out the plan for each site so they're able to, in almost every scenario, the goal is screening will continue in a safe and efficient manner for all of our students.
Okay, so just one last question. So just for the public awareness, so for each specific site, there will be an action plan that involves the principal's input as each site is unique in the decision-making process for situations like rainy day and thunderstorm.
Yes, sir. Like I was at Stoneman Douglas this morning, I met with Principal Kefford. We talked about what that plan would look like if she had to make modifications due to weather, and we were easily to talk through a plan so that their screenings could proceed as normal.
Okay.
And that process will take place with every school, our safety and security operations staff, and those school principals to ensure we have a smooth, seamless process when we have extreme weather situations.
Okay, and just for the record, for the parents and families who are listening, if there is rain, say in Sunrise, but there's not rain in Parkland, only those schools will have an action plan in place and will be affected in terms of any not using of the metal detectors. Is that right?
Yes. The adjustment of plans will be site-specific based on the weather. So again, if only 3 schools who do screening are having extreme weather, all the other schools in the district are maintaining the normal protocols for entry screening.
Great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much. I do want to highlight for anyone who's paying attention and my colleagues that we got somebody with a vape coming in yesterday, and to the extent we can keep those out of our schools and encourage our students not to do it, I think there'll be an interesting set of data at the end of this year about how much cell phone, the ban of cell phone use contributed in many ways to performance throughout our district, but these metal detectors are also going to make our schools safer, people vape less, and make everybody more aware of security by and large. I just want to point out something that a student wrote to me about. The student pointed out that in paragraph D, if you bring a gun to a school, your punishment subject to what it says in the Student Code of Conduct. In the next paragraph, paragraph E, if you don't go through a metal detector, you run the risk of being expelled. To the student and to me and to Dr. Holness earlier, that doesn't make sense. I would prefer both of them to say the same thing, whatever we want to say. But clearly bringing a gun to a school should be expulsion and worse, and I know it is, including arrest and the like. But I'd also ask us as a board to think a little bit about E in particular, because E says if you refuse to be screened, you'll either be denied entry or you'll be escorted off of property. In my mind, and again, this is something else some students pointed out, you ought to be denied entry and escorted off, not and or. So I believe that that's like a real change to the policy. I don't know why it says and or, but if someone walks up to a metal detector and all of a sudden does a 180 and starts going the other way, I would like them escorted off campus immediately. That is an indication that they don't want to go through it, and all of a sudden they remembered they got something, and I don't want a free pass. If you got that close, and that, so I am going to make a motion on that one. Any person who refuses to be screened shall be denied entry into School Board of Broward County property and escorted from School Board of Broward County property.
Second.
Okay. Any public comment on the motion?
Can I comment,
Sure.
Vice Chair? So I just want to make sure we're clear. So I want to provide an example first. We have kids that come to school on a school bus. kid goes to the metal detector, say, I refuse to walk through. We can't simply just walk them or escort them off campus. We're local parentis. We're their mom and dads at that moment. Our procedures would be that kid is escorted to the office with the assistance and watch of an SRO while we call a parent to come and pick them up. So I just want to make sure we're clear in that on the aspect of just simply escorting a kid off campus.
Madam Chair.
Dr. Holness.
So does the motion need to be amended to indicate the required procedures so we don't have leadership staff sort of escorting kids away without parental contact?
Correct.
Dr.
Some of the sort. My apologies for getting out ahead of my skis a little bit, but the point is there's a big signal when you say no to a metal detector, and it's not a good signal. And so if it would make it more clear, would the better language be and escorted from the property or detained? I mean, what's the right language to do something if they came on a bus in your example?
Ms. Washington or Mr. Lozano, any suggestions? Because I know some of your gurus at the whole student code of conduct language.
You want to go first? So again, it's a progressive discipline policy we implement. Most likely any student would not be expelled on the first offense of, it says up to, right? And when a student refuses to enter.
Go ahead. Now you're getting there.
Yeah, when students refuse to participate in the entry screening process, they will not be allowed to go further on campus without the process the superintendent talked about, being escorted by an SRO into a secure location and monitored. So I'm going to defer to Mrs. Washington to kind of talk about the specifics of the discipline side of that situation.
Or the language. I think the board is asking for suggested language for the policy.
Yeah, so Jody Washington, Director, Equity, Diversity, and School Climate. I would encourage us not to use a word like detained that implies law enforcement engagement. I would say escorted to a secure area and monitored by school personnel, something along those lines. It would be my recommendation as far as the language.
Until a parent can come in.
Until a parent arrives to pick them up, something along those lines.
Thank you. Mrs. Leonard, I'm sorry.
Do you mind if I just restate it based on Ms. Washington's suggestion? So any person who refuses to be screened shall be denied entry onto school board property and escorted to a secure area until their parent can pick them up.
Second.
Is it on the motion? Okay, Mrs. Leonardi.
So I feel a little bit uncomfortable with how I feel like now we're writing procedure on this as we're into the policy as we're going. So I guess I had a question about this piece, because if someone is refusing to go through the metal detector and they have a weapon on them, I feel like the implication in this motion, and I know this is not the intention, but the implication in the motion is that there's no search that goes on. What is the recourse if the child has a weapon? That's what that's why I feel a little bit uncomfortable with what we're doing in this in right now, because that's a staff thing. You guys are the experts. We should not be doing that, in my opinion.
So through the chair, if there's reasonable suspicion and not wanting to be screened is obviously an indicator of reasonable suspicion that you have something you shouldn't. So then our school administrators will follow the protocols of reasonable suspicion, and in almost every case, those students would be searched in some fashion, wanted, searched, and follow the safety protocol of the school.
Right. So I guess my concern is that is not in the policy, and nor is it in the motion, and that was not our responsibility to put that. You know what I mean? So I would like to see that in the policy then. I think we really need to speak to in the motion or in the policy when we're talking about refusal to go through the metal detector.
then the school leadership will follow the appropriate safety and security procedures regarding that, and then they have that written out. Because my fear is that when we do this, we are told as a board, well, they know that this is what has to happen, but then as we find out later with other things, it's not been clearly communicated. So I don't know how to address that.
I think I might have a way. I think you're spot on, and I think the specificity was not sitting right with me, but I think the inclusion of this second half of the sentence isn't necessary. I think if we ended up by saying any person who refuses to be screened will be denied entry onto school board property and dealt with appropriately, then the leaders, the security people, will follow the student code of conduct and what they're trained to do. In your case, if they have any suspicion of someone with a weapon, they're going to move very quickly and do the right thing. But I do think it's a good policy question to say, if you don't want to go through the screen, you don't get on our property. But then what happens after that is really, I think, a process or procedure kind of step, and we have people who are professionally trained to do that. I'm seeing a lot of nods in the back. So what I'd propose to my colleagues is that we just replace that sentence with any person who refuses to be screened shall be denied entry onto school board property and dealt with according to appropriate processes or procedure, whatever we want to do. Or we could just finish the sentence at not allowed on property. Again, the act of refusing to be screened is a suspicious act by itself, and I think having a policy that says, and you're not coming in on the property is good. So I will leave that up to some further conversation here on the board.
Okay. Mrs. Alhada, did you have?
Yes, so to Ms. Leonardi's point, I was on the same, thinking the same thing, because there has been a situation where there's been a school shooting where a student has gone to the office with the principal, with their parents, had a gun in the bag, they had a conversation, and somehow the student ended up going back to the class, and then there was a school shooting. So you bring up a great point. But if staff feels that it's already acceptable the way it is, and it's how the procedures happen after, then I'm okay with, I guess, the way it speaks to it now.
And here's the problem with what it says now literally. It says either you'll be denied entry or escorted from property. And that's not a good option, right? I mean, at a minimum, I think our policy should say if you refuse to be screened, you'll be denied entry onto school board property, period. And then the rest of that will really be up to kind of the particulars of the case and what their suspicion is of why you didn't do it. And that's law enforcement and security's job all the time. But at a minimum, they won't be on our property. And that's critical. If you don't want to go in, you can't come in.
Mrs. Pham.
Yeah, I just, sorry. I think that the language, do appropriately, that's too vague and ambiguous. That's going to come back to bite us, and they're subject to interpretation by each different principal. I think if they refuse to go through the metal detectors, we should have language then they'd be subject immediately to a personal search. They don't have to go through the metal, but if they refuse to allow to be searched at that point, they are escorted off the property. I don't think we should keep them on the property, because if we take them to a secured area and another officer brings another student, we don't know what they have in their bag. They could pull it out. That could be the student they're looking to get. So I don't think we should put anybody else in risk. So I say manual search. If they refuse to go through metal detector, and if they refuse the manual search, then immediately removed. And we can have whatever. If you want to have a police car sitting there, to hold the student until the parent comes and gets them. We don't have to just release them into the public, because we don't know what they have in their bag. We don't know the intent. And at this point in time, we just need to secure the area. That's our primary motivation, to secure the area and make sure no one else is hurt. Thank you.
Mrs. Pham, did you want to make a substitute motion then?
Specifically, yes. If a student, my motion would be to amend the language that the student, after the student refuses to go through the metal detector or is observed avoiding the metal detector, then he or she shall be subject to an immediate search, manual immediate search. And if they refuse that, then they shall be removed from the school property.
And I just want to say we've done this 8 days now, and we've not, to my knowledge, had one student refuse the process. So the data is showing that our students are rising to our expectations. I don't know if Mr. LaRosa, you want to add anything? The escorted off property was in the policy for our visitors, not just our students.
So if I can add, I think that, Ms. Pham, what you're saying, I think the letter E in the policy kind of states what you're saying. If they're not going through the metal detector, they should, and then they refuse to be screened, which is secondary, could be performed or whatever. But I don't want to use the term ambiguity for the policy, but there needs to be some level of ambiguity, because we create processes and practices, and they could change in 3 months because we've noticed something different that we need to close a gap on. And then if we bake processes into policies, then we got to come back. We have to go through the policy again. So there needs to be some, I don't like the term ambiguity, but there needs to be some form of governance or guidance, and let staff deal with processes, right? Because they're going to change. We have to iterate all the time based on what we're observing, based on how we're reflecting on past practices. This is what the safety and security team does all the time. So practices may change, and if we bake it into the policy, and then some of the instances it may not be applicable to automatically search a person. It may be a kid, a special needs kid, a BBD kid that's having a bad day, and we know what protocols we need to implement to support that student and get through this process appropriately.
Then I would add that, excuse me, thank you. Then I would add language, some kind of security intervention, where you're not, doesn't have to be a manual search, but I would be more specific this to say what's appropriate. That's way too vague and ambiguous in my opinion.
Is there anyone to second Mrs. Pham's motion, substitute motion? Okay, so we'll go back to Dr. Zeman's motion. Dr. Holness?
Thank you. So it appears to me that the basic concern here is that if a student refuses to go through, they don't go through, and then what happens next? And as I heard from Mr. Lozano, that this doesn't seem to be a frequent problem. So we might run into this here and there, but if a student refuses to go through, and it will happen at some point, then why is it we couldn't simply put language in there, as Dr. Zeman mentioned, that a parent or guardian will be contacted for student pickup, instead of all these other things that we're trying to remedy, because the kid is not going on the campus. The kid walks up to the metal detector, you can't go in. This is not a problem that seems to be will occur frequently, as we heard from Mr. Lozano. Why can't we simply have security radio the office to call that parent to pick this child up? The child is not going to go through the metal detector, but to have the child escorted off campus and the child rides a bus, it's a 9th grader that having a bad morning or a bad night, refuses to go through, escorting the child off campus, then what happens next? So to me, it's simply having a holding space for that child outside of the metal detector, security contact the office to call the parent to pick up the child. So why can't we simply add, after it ended, Dr. Zeman, where why can't we simply add a sentence that says parent or guardian will be contacted for student pickup, and it's done? Because there's no need to have, in my opinion, additional search of that student if we're going to send the kid home and we're not going to let the kid through the metal detector. So someone called to have the parents come and pick up. So I don't know if you have that language in there, but I think that would solve the issue.
So I'm going to jump in there. If you look at, I don't know, I don't have my paper. So I think it says in here already, as Dr. Hepburn was saying, students who refuse to submit to a metal detector screening will face disciplinary action up to and including expulsion. Is that, am I right, reading the right one? Yeah. Any person who refuses to be screened shall be either denied or, so I think maybe it needs to be a student who refuses to submit to a metal detector or a screening. Because it says metal detector screening, so you're reading it as saying if they don't do the metal detector, then they could have wanding, which would be good for students that maybe are having a bad day, but that's not how it reads right now. But I think I'll make a motion for that. But trying to work all of that out, I agree with what Dr. Hepburn said. In 2 weeks, we may find that procedure doesn't work and they have to tweak it. So this is a policy, not a procedure. So we're just saying if they don't go through a metal detector and they don't go through screening, they're going to get disciplinary action and have to be removed from the building. So I'm going to make a substitute motion and change it to say students who refuse to submit to a metal detector or a screening, does it have to say personal screening or just screening?
Just screening.
Just screening, okay. So students who refuse to submit to a metal detector or screening will face disciplinary action, period. Any person who refuses to be screened will be denied entry onto Broward, School Board of Broward County property, period.
I agree with that.
Second?
That's awesome.
Okay, so any public comment on the substitute motion?
Hi, Jackie Loscombe, ESE Advisory. I'm going to admit I've not seen this document. There was a lot added to the agenda at the last minute. It's been too much to see, but I don't hear anything in there about the accommodations of students with disabilities.
Well, that was the point of it, to be wanded as opposed to walking through the metal detector or screened in some way.
Yeah, see, we have an ESE Advisory meeting tomorrow, so it's kind of cart before the
Well, that's
horse
why
or whatever.
we were saying the procedure part will be flexible. The policy just says screened, and then the procedure part can be adjusted as needed. It doesn't need to be concrete in the policy.
Yeah.
Just the intent of what it is we as a board want to happen.
Got it, thank you. I think it needs to be very spelled out, because unfortunately people will take things literally, and that kid there who says no and has a meltdown and tries to run off, their behaviours may not be read, and there needs to be some very tight language in there. So forgive me, I'm overwhelmed with too much stuff. And I haven't looked at this document, but I'm really concerned that we just get it right. I know we have Mr. Lozano coming tomorrow evening, and Jim LaRosa will discuss it with them, but whatever's passed today will need to have some, latitude for us to be able to feed into it too.
Yeah, and that's kind of the intent here, is that procedure is operational, and all of those pieces will be worked out and may change as things go. But we as a board want to know that they don't go through a metal detector, they're getting screened some way, and if they don't agree to be screened, they can't get on property. I think at the end of the day, that's what we're trying to say.
Got that. So, okay.
Not yet.
Thank you.
Not yet.
We'll discuss tomorrow. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any
Madam-
board
yes.
comment? Yes.
Okay, so I'll go back to my concern, and I agree with you, Board Member Hickson. Whether it's procedure or policy, I think that if a child has any kind of issue, and it doesn't mean that a child is, it could be a very well-behaved child that just have some hardship at home or dysfunctionality that triggered a child, whatever it may be. But I have a problem if we don't have procedure or policy that indicate clearly that that child's parent will be contacted. So Dr. Hepburn, is that procedure, is that policy? But that needs to be stated, that if you have, it could be a kid that just started high school, 9th grade, having issues and decide, I'm not going through. I understand Board Member Hickson's motion, but there's nothing in there that says parent will or guardian will be contacted. So how do we ensure that that's included in procedure or policy, whatever way it's done? Because I want the public to be aware whether or not their child, whether or not they will be contacted if something happens with their child refusing to go through a metal detector. How will they be informed?
So I'll adjust my substitute motion. Students who refuse to submit to a metal detector or screening will face disciplinary action, period. Any persons who refuses to be screened shall be denied entry onto School Board of Broward County property, and students' parents will be contacted.
Second.
Okay. Any other, any public comment? Board member comment? Okay, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No idea.
Mrs. Rupert, were you?
No.
Okay, so was that an aye?
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So
No, the answer was not an aye.
Not an aye, okay.
One dissent.
So one dissenting vote.
Can you read that one more time?
Students who refuse to submit to a metal detector screening will face, or a metal detector or screening will face disciplinary action, period. Any person.
Okay. I'm an aye now. Sorry, I didn't hear the and/or.
Okay. All right, so I'm just going to read it one more time so everyone has it. Students who refuse to submit to a metal detector or screening will face disciplinary action, period. Any person who refuses to be screened shall be denied entry onto SBBC property, and students' parents will be contacted. Everybody's good with their vote?
Yes.
Okay. So let's try one more time. All those in favor of the motion, substitute motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Mrs. Rupert, were you a yes or a no?
I was a yes.
Okay, so, Sarah,
Unanimous.
you were good. Okay, so the motion passes, yes, right, substitute motion. Okay, back to the item. I just have one thing, and then Mrs. Leonardi had something. I just want to say that, on Friday, it was raining, so I drove to South Broward, because I only live up the street, to see what it looked like in inclement weather, because it was a discussion we had when we were standing at Flanagan watching the pilot program run out. And they did have a good procedure. I was a little surprised that they didn't use the metal detectors because students were still moving through. But there was lightning in the area, and so they were concerned about that. But they had a definite procedure for buses, for walkers, and they implemented it very well. And the students, they still walked through the metal detector and took their stuff out because they were just already acclimated to doing that. So I think that it'll keep getting better, but I would say the students were great about it, and they did have a plan at South Broward, so kudos to them. Mrs. Leonardi.
Okay, I had a lot of questions. First, where in the policy does it make exceptions for students with disabilities? That's what I was wondering. Maybe I'm missing it.
Dr. Hepburn.
So I'm going to defer to Mr. Lozano, but those type of accommodations would be baked into the process or procedures. But Mr. Lozano, if you want to elaborate.
I mean, the expectation is that every school serving our ESC students, the staff that serves those students would work with those students to ensure there is an appropriate plan. Some of our students are not going to be able to access the entry screening, so we may need to have an alternate plan where those students get wanded and report to an secure location to go through the process. We don't want to single students out either in front of other students, so each school will have to, just like when we create safety plans for evacuations, we have to accommodate for every student who may need a special plan, an individualized plan. So each school has the ability to work with their leadership staff and ESC staff to develop an appropriate plan to make sure the student is screened in the appropriate way.
And Ms. Jack Adams. She wanted to.
Yep, I was just about to say that.
Yes, if you look on page
Paragraph
2 of 3.
C, 3 and 4.
And also
That
5.
addresses people who may have a medical condition and I'm sorry, C, 4 and 5. So 4 pertains to persons who may not be able to walk through, an alternative, and then supporting what Mr. I'm sorry, I'm going to butcher his last name, but just supporting what has been said, whatever plan they have to support that can be instituted. And then also number 5 talks about medical conditions.
So when I read those, I think mostly of physical conditions, not like cognitive conditions. So would 4 and 5 apply? Are they only applicable to physical conditions?
It can be like a medical condition, may be a mental disability. And that would be a medical condition as well.
Okay.
In addition to a physical condition.
Okay.
I do want to reiterate, though, that every student will get screened in some fashion. So we're not going to, the expectation is we're not going to excuse a student to not participate in the process. And again, I'm going to go back to the data. We've done this for 8 days now, and we haven't had, so far to my knowledge, any issue with our students with special needs participating in the screening program. And some of that's probably a tribute to the staff orienting the students ahead of time to the process and doing those best practices with our students with special needs. So it's not something that they're anxious about participating in.
Okay. I mean, I understand this a separate point. I understand that we've been doing this for 8 days and we haven't had any issues with this particular situation, but there are many more days ahead of us and we have hundreds of thousands of students. So I wouldn't want to use the last 8 days and say, like, we are not ever going to experience or encounter an issue. So I just want it to be very clear that there are exceptions for our ESE students. I guess my question is, if there is a student who is having like a sensory issue and they're refusing to walk through a metal detector, they're refusing to be wanded, and you know they are one of our students with an exceptionality, what is the recourse? What is the process? Because you're Mr. Lozano, you're insisting that no matter what, all students are going to get screened in one way or another. But if a child is having an issue, I don't want to get to a crisis point with a child who has a documented condition.
So if there's 2 things that get screened, right? The person and the possessions. So we can obviously remove the possessions, screen that ourselves in multiple fashions, and then we could look at what is the most appropriate way to screen the individual. So again, we have staff that are trained. Maybe it's the wanding process, the screening process. So we will look at the various ways we can make sure the process still happens.
Okay. And just to add, I did witness while we were at Cypress Bay, they created a totally separate entrance right beside where all the other students was coming through. They had their own gate. They knew their students, and they had a metal detector, the pole set up, but they also used the wand for many of their exceptional students, cognitive and physical. I think we just need to make sure that, just like any other school day where there's certain students that have specific accommodations and support staff who really understand their triggers that may make them act out in a certain way, that we communicate with our principals just to ensure that they have that mechanism there proactively if they know a kid on their campus is going to have difficulties experiencing it, either walking through the pole or being wanded, just so we have that additional support mechanism with the appropriate staff. So we can make sure that we reiterate that as we're talking, because we continuously talk with the high school principals throughout this process just to make sure the improvements are continuing to happen, so we can make sure we add that to our list and bake it into the process and procedure too.
Okay, and I'm glad that you gave that example. And my question is, and I think you might have just answered it, are these best practices being shared and made standard procedure throughout the district?
Yes, the high school principals have done a great job at collaborating with the safety and security leadership and really becoming thought partners and coming up with best practices, giving great examples of what's working for them with the same building configuration and some of the same instances with the similar students that they may be sharing on their campuses.
Okay, and so I guess I have a question to that point because I was going to make a motion later. Can someone explain to me what the consultation or collaboration with the principals is looking like right now? Like, is there a regular cadence of meetings? What does that look like right now?
Dr. Hepburn.
And I'll go ahead because I know Dr. Fulton and Mr. Lozano has been kind of facilitating that. So if you guys want to elaborate. Just your principal meetings and your
So there's
cadence.
standing high school principal meetings at 9:30 with all high school principals and the non-traditional principals, and all the individual schools that participate in the program are in those meetings at 9:30. So again, every Friday. And again, that's an opportunity for all of us to put together our thought processes to come up with best practices as we encounter, because exactly what you said, we're going to encounter some new situations that we haven't thought of, and we have to be ready and prepared to address and deal with those situations.
Got it, thank you. And kind of in the same vein, are we currently collaborating with local law enforcement regarding our best practices with these devices?
So we have law enforcement on every campus, and they participate every morning, and the school leaders with the school resource officer and the law enforcement officers are having those conversations and coming up with the plans jointly.
Got it. What about like in what ways are we testing the equipment to determine that it's working and calibrated properly?
I'm going to defer to Director LaRosa to talk specifics on that.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ms. Leonardi, so we are testing. We've gone through significant or extensive testing with these systems, and we have calibrated them to the specific needs that we have. We also have provided every school, every location with a testing kit specific to this device, which replicates some of the things that we don't want in schools, and they have guidance on how to utilize that every time they set them up, how far apart they are. They have, a digital application to make sure it's set up properly, an actual device to walk through and see if it alerts. So our staff have been trained on that, trained to calibrate them properly. They have the materials, and it's happening as we expect.
Do we have a regular cadence of testing planned?
My guidance is these systems are tested every time they're set up. So every time they're set up, these systems are calibrated, and they should be tested with these test pieces every morning. Can I speak to if that's happening at every single location across the board? It's probably hit or miss, just like everything, but it should be. My team, my immediate managers are also out every day ensuring these are set up properly, being tested. I've been out there every day myself. I know Ernie's been out there every day. So we're verifying and testing them. We've also done some testing, with other materials that we don't want in our schools, real materials, to ensure they're working and functioning properly.
So if I'm hearing this correctly, the intention is that we are testing these every single morning.
The intention is with the materials we've provided as part of the package, right? So the systems, the signage, the cones, there is a test piece which replicates, like I said, some of those items we don't want to, or we do want to alert coming through the system. Those are provided. That should be run through every morning when they're set up. Yes.
Okay. And are the SROs a part of that process in the morning?
The SROs typically are not, so we have to, and I've had communications with the SRO supervisors, in the leading up to this implementation. Individual SROs have been part of the conversation. We have to be careful with that because the threshold of search for law enforcement is greater, right? So it's probable cause, not reasonable suspicion. So there's a fine line there. I'm thankful for our SROs because they are doing what we asked them to do, and they are in the vicinity of these searches, so they're able to respond. But they don't necessarily take part in the screening themselves because the standard is a little bit higher, if that makes sense.
Okay, so then I want to go back to a question I asked before. What is the role of law enforcement regarding these devices?
So the role of law enforcement, it's really not much of a change than usual. They are there to respond in the event that there is a situation where an item of contraband comes through one of our screening systems, right? So something illegal comes through, they are there to respond and address that as appropriate.
Okay. I guess my concern is I've heard from people in the community that they're worried about the reliability of the way we are testing and calibrating the equipment. And I think a way to kind of fix that concern is to involve local law enforcement in the testing of the devices. Is there anything legally preventing us from having local law enforcement come in every once in a while, like quarterly, to test the equipment to make sure that it's calibrated correctly? Or is there anything procedurally that would be in opposition to that?
I welcome any law enforcement to get with our team and we could work out some sort of test. I'm not sure what that testing would look like. I mean, I'll openly say if we're talking about your typical service pistol that a law enforcement officer is carrying, that's whether or not that'll alert, that will alert, and that we're welcome for them to walk through at any time. I've seen that. We've done that with SROs on the ground. So
if I can elaborate. So just to be clear, so we have our monthly SRO meeting, and I'll bring that up. This is more about the willingness to collaborate on that issue to help us test those systems, because there, like you said, there's a different threshold, and then there are certain things they can and can't do based on contract because they're not our employees. So we can bring that up with the SRO group that we meet with monthly to see if they can assist us in creating some form of a cadence to ensure that our systems are calibrated appropriately, just to check it with their possible firearms or whatever other contrabands they can assist us with, and then have a broader discussion about how do we kind of create a good cadence outside of, right, our contract doesn't sunset with them for I think about 2 years or so. But there are certain things, like we can't give them a post on campus. There are certain things that we can't tell an SRO to do. They're, like you said, they're there to react. If there's anything illegal going on, they have arresting authority and things like that. So we can bring that to the table. I think we have a meeting either later on this week or next week, so I can bring that to the table and have this broader discussion about it. And also, how do we kind of create a cadence for that type of collaboration and support, and see where that goes. And work with some of the chiefs and also Sheriff Tony to see where that goes.
Thank you. And I just want to point out my time was running during that whole response. So I don't often use up my whole time, but I just would like my time back, please.
Also, I want to let the public know that there's data that's collected from the system as kids walk through that we actually review. So Ms. LaRosa could probably elaborate on the amount of data we've collected thus far, the hundreds of thousands of kids, when you add it up per data to walk through, and the percentage of times that the machine has actually gone off to that requires a secondary search. So we review that data, again, just looking at this stuff all the time so we can iterate and solve any problems if there are gaps that we've identified.
Got it. Thank you. And I am not questioning, whether or not our staff is doing the right thing. I have the utmost confidence that we are. But what I do want to kind of relieve is the concern in the community and help them understand that there is a checks and balances. So if you are willing to go to, BSO and our local law enforcement and work with them to collaborate with them about, look, even we have these outside law enforcement agencies coming in and checking that these are doing what they're supposed to do, I think that would go a long way with our community.
For sure.
I had another question. So is it the intention of this policy to apply to our employees? So will our teachers be going through metal detectors every day?
That is a no.
Okay. And then for after hours, the way I read the policy, and I could be wrong, will visitors and students be going through metal detectors for events after school, after hours?
At the moment, no. It could be used. Most of the events that we have, the wands are used, such as athletic events, before people come in. So we're already using some form of screening protocol. And so we have intentions, once we get this down, to start moving those items to locations where we can be more efficient with screenings for athletic events or other events that we're already screening guests or fans for. Go ahead.
No, just wanted to reiterate that for athletic events that there is screening going on already of everyone that comes into the stadium.
Got it. My last kind of field of questions is around how many security personnel are required to operate the equipment, the metal detection system?
I asked Mr. LaRosa to answer that question, but also the intentions is to be as efficient as possible and kind of replicate what other school districts that don't have the plethora of security monitors on their campuses like we do, kind of replicate that system, because we're using a lot of staff right now to make it work. But as we become more efficient, we should be able to peel back some of that staff to use in other places on campus. Go ahead, Mr. LaRosa.
Yes, sir. So we developed a standard procedure for each entry, right? And each entry is the most efficient way that they're operating right now that we found is it's a 3-person operation, right? So, and the way we have these set up is 2 security staff and 1 administrator. And I would like to publicly thank all the principals for being amazing with having their assistant principals out there and assisting, and really all the administrators, to include my campus security managers. All they're doing is really just making sure the process is running smoothly, making sure students are wearing their IDs and that sort of thing. The actual operation of the system, so to speak, is 1 security staff member assisting with handling items that shouldn't go through, your laptops and large binders, and the other one is doing the secondary screen. The nice thing about these systems is they're really set and forget. No one is actively manipulating the systems as they're running.
Got it. Okay, so I guess the reason I asked that question is because what I've heard from parents is a concern that, we have most of the security personnel manning the equipment, and then the rest of the school is going unsupervised. So I just want someone to be on the record to address those concerns.
I'm sorry, Ms. Leonard, I was distracted. Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
You're fine. The reason I asked that question is because I've heard from parents that they are concerned that, all of our security personnel are, at the beginning of the school day, are monopolized manning the metal detection equipment and screening students as they come in and not supervising the rest of the school. So is that something that we should be concerned about, that we need to address in policy?
I think it's a concern, but also the school's admin staff is also out and about supervising their campuses as they should. One of the things that we're trying to add is providing, I forgot the name of the stipend, really looking at how many of the, what's that stipend called? Non-specific stipend, because you have other employees that want to assist. Even when I was at Cypress Bay, you had the You know, we put guardrails around what school counselors can do, but it was like 3 or 4 school counselors. Hey, we want to help. Where can you put us? And so we're looking at how many of those stipends are actually already allocated to schools, and also increasing those just to make sure the people that want to support that are not admin can do that and get compensated for it. But from my experience, what I've seen, you do have security monitors manning the whole process, 3 per station for the most part, and that the school administrators, assistant principals, and the like are out supervising their campus. But we, in other school districts, mainly the one to the north that's been doing this in some of their high schools, it's not totally security monitors that are dedicated totally to the screening process. They have other staff that are supporting it, and security monitors and assistant principals and the like are out and about supervising their campuses. So that's what we're trying to move to, and we'll continue to look at that process, see how we can improve that flow.
Okay, so just to be clear, if employees are willing to assist in the supervision, they will get paid for that work?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So we're not volunteering
No,
anyone?
we're not volunteering anybody. So if they want to volunteer, we're trying to make sure that the schools have the ability to compensate them.
Excellent.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Landon?
Thank you. Alana had to leave to go to district advisory, but she wanted to also share that the experience that she's had is in line with what Ms. Leonardi was talking about certain areas of a campus now being, I don't want to say not watched over, because we do have those security layers in place, but just not as much supervision as it used to be. So definitely a good opportunity, and teachers have even said to me, I'll go out in the morning, and so that's a great thing to have. I have 2 questions about this, because I've just heard from students about kind of a different approach at schools. For an event like an open house, would parents and visitors be walking through a metal detector? Because it seems as if that is an event on campus after hours, and the policy kind of reads that would be something that would be included in that.
So at the moment, we've traditionally in the past have not scanned or done anything like that for open houses. So I know right now we're not implementing that process for open houses.
Okay, just wanted to confirm that. And then something kind of more on the student side is students that arrive late or have dual enrollment. If I can give my experience, but my experience is not what every student experiences, and that's what we're going to solve through our Speak Up, Speak Out sessions to learn more about this. But in my experience at Western, students arrive through the student parking lot, and then they're walked to an area, they're told to go to an area to be screened, and every dual enrollment, every student that comes late is screened. Is that consistent across the district? Because I've had many students that have said, I did not walk through a metal detector today.
Yeah, so that should be the expectation after the morning entry screening takes place. There's a screening set up in the single point of entry for all students arriving throughout the day to participate in that screening process.
So I just think from somebody who experiences it every day, the issue is that on a lot of campuses, you have a student parking lot and then you have doors that go into the building. And if a student's arriving during class change, they can just funnel right into everyone else. There's at a lot of schools, there's nobody watching and saying, like, you just parked, you need to go over here. So maybe it's just something to think about, because, I can think about what some students have told me at some schools, and they literally said, I was just able to walk in. So I just think that needs to be something that is just reminded, to make sure that every student is going through this.
Excellent feedback. I know we're meeting with the principals this week too, so we'll make sure that loop is definitely closed.
Thank you. And I'll just reiterate the importance of this and the student cooperation with this, and something that is really making a meaningful impact. So grateful that this is something that's in our schools. So thank you, everybody, for making this happen.
Okay, we have to go quick, so, okay, Mr. Fogelholy.
You got to
Push your button.
It's on. Got me? It's green. There it is. But no, Mr. Lozano, I'm sure Landon's going to share what blind spots we have with the schools. He could share that list. That'll be awesome. Thank you very much.
I was going to ask him afterwards.
Thank you so much.
No keeping secrets.
We're going to vote on PP3 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion. Motion passes with one dissenting vote, Mrs. Pham. Okay, I'm going to pass it back over to Mrs. Alhadeff.
May I have a motion and second on R1?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Foley. Public comment?
No registered speakers.
Ms. Pham.
Yes, I just wanted to say we have a lot of resolutions coming forward, and I'm glad to see some of these on here. Thanks.
Any other board member comment? All in favor of R1, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say
Aye.
no. R1 passes unanimously. May I have a motion?
This is in favor of my motion.
Oh, sorry, one dissenting vote, Ms. Pham.
Yes, this is, no, Constitutional Week is on that resolution, and I'm just so proud that that's passed. And that's going to entitle us to, yes, that's going to entitle us to federal tax revenue from that. Thank you.
You voted
Grants.
no, correctly?
No, no.
Oh,
She
okay. I
voted no on
thought she
PP3.
said no.
We're good.
PP3.
No, I didn't vote no.
Okay.
No.
Sorry.
Not on
May I
that
have a
one.
motion second on J1?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment?
No registered speakers.
Ms. Norris trying to say.
Ms. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this item is on Parkway Middle School in Lauderhill. And just wanted to mention that I met with prior to Dr. Hepburn, I met with Parkway Middle School leadership, along with the City of Lauderhill, a couple of the commissioners, and at the time Dr. Licata, and part of the discussion was the rebuilding of Parkway, and the city had mentioned that it will work to expedite any approval process. And in addition to that, the timeline was recommended at the time to be 2029, and then that timeline, based upon discussions with the superintendent, with the city, and so on, was moved to 2027. So my first question for Dr. Hepburn, are we still in line with this timeline for the rebuilding of Parkway based upon this particular item and the process of moving forward?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul.
So as you may know, this project was done in phases, so we're moving forward with phase 2, and it is our intent to meet the deadline that was previously discussed, barring any unforeseen conditions.
Okay, so Ms. Paul, through the superintendent, so the deadline was shifted to 2027. So the intent is to meet the 2027 deadline?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and can you just briefly tell us what phase 1 involved for the sake of the community, because this has been a major concern for them for a long time, and what phase 2 looks like, and is this process ongoing? Are we moving diligently to try to meet these timelines?
Yes, sir. Phase 1 consisted of repairs, some repairs and demolitions of buildings 7, 8, 10, 13 through 15, building 19, 27, and 28. And we achieved final completion on those buildings February the 29th, 2024. So now we're in the second phase of the project, and phase 2 is the addition for the middle school.
Okay, so phase 2 involved the construction of a new building addition. That's what it says here.
Yes, sir.
For the sake of the community watching in Parkway, can you briefly describe what the addition of a new building addition would look like?
So in terms of what we have to do now is obviously demo some additional buildings, we have attached canopies that were being used, so we would demo those. And in terms of the design, if you're asking what the building will actually look like, that is the purpose of going forward with hiring construction management firm as well as professional design services. So we'll make sure that we provide that information to the community as we progress with the project.
Understand. So this could involve the addition of several new buildings?
No, sir. My understanding is just one addition.
Okay. And it mentioned here that the most common, it mentioned 3 delivery methods, and it mentioned 3 commonly used delivery methods.
Yes, sir.
Can you very briefly just describe each of these methods and why we chose number 2?
So the one we chose is a construction manager at risk. That is the most common construction process, and the intent is to provide speed in trying to get this project moving forward. You have design, bid, and build, which are 3 separate processes that could be used.
Okay, so part of the major concern with Parkway Middle, as you know, we had temporary covered walkways installed. Will this moving forward, will that be considered in the building of the new building, that kids have covered walkways instead of trying to catch that later or add that later? Is that something that is being considered?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, and lastly, I just want to mention that, well, can the community continually be updated on the progress as we move from one thing to the next, so they understand that we are making progress even when they don't see shovel in the ground, that we're actually making progress? And can they be updated through maybe as we move forward through a community discussion with Parkway, with the HOA there, or with the a small gathering at the school that can be announced? Is there a way that we can update them?
Yes, we'll definitely reach out to the community, and I apologize, I forgot one delivery method, which was design build.
Right.
But I think the CMAR construction manager at risk is the most appropriate to get this project moving forward.
Okay, so we will, and I appreciate the description of the third method, but the community can rest assured that they will be updated on a frequent basis in some form or way. Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Okay, well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor of J1, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no. J1 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on FF1?
So moved.
Second. Moved by Zeman, second by Fogelholy. Public comment?
No public comment.
Mrs. Hickson.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to everyone who submitted a grant. This month we have $1,652,549 that came into our district from all these different grants. So thank you so much.
All in favor of FF1, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. FF1 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on GG2?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Fogelholy. Public comment?
No public comment.
Ms. Pham?
GG2.
Yep.
From the General Counsel.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. GG2, the settlement agreement, I know it's for approximately $8 million. That's what I have in my notes here. And I'm just wondering, is this the full settlement, or is this part of the prior settlement with the charter schools? Is this in addition to that settlement, or can you just clarify? Because I'm trying to just keep track of how much it is that we're ending up shelling out for the charter schools.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Ms. Batista?
Thank you. This is part of the same settlement, so the amount that you have been hearing, that is the total amount when everyone signs the agreements and we are able to bring them forth to be approved by the board. So that would be approximately $120, $121 million.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All in favor of GG2, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. GG2 passes unanimously. May I have a motion second on GG3?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Fogelnholly. Public comment. Ms. Pham.
Okay. All right, thank you, Madam Chair. In this one, I did contact and speak with staff about it, and they indicated that this is part of a settlement. It's a partial settlement for approximately 8 different schools. My question is if we have any idea, because this is only a partial settlement, what the total settlement amount is going to be for all the other schools. What amounts are we looking at? I'm trying to keep a fiscal mind here as far as budgeting and what's going out and what's coming in. So what is the amount?
Dr. Hepburn?
Thank you.
Good evening, Thomas Cooney, Assistant General Counsel, if I may. So we did have a conversation earlier today to discuss the partial settlement agreement. There are multiple defendants in this. AECOM is also one of the defendants. The amounts that this document represents is what's already agreed to and is owed to them. The thing that we'll be further litigating is undetermined at this time, but it's our position that we're going to defend it fully.
Thank you. I just wanted the public to be, us to be transparent with the public and bring us up to date on the status. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Any other comments?
Just clarification for the public.
Okay. All in favor of GG3, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. GG3 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on JJ2?
Chair, my records say we already passed this. Or is yours different than that?
Yep.
I'm sorry, what was the item again?
JJ2.
JJ2. No, we don't have JJ2 as passed.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Fogelnholly. Public comment. Dr. Holness. Oh, wait, I think he's good. Just double check.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other comments on JG2?
It's a great high school. I love visiting that place.
Moving on.
My brother went there.
All in favor of JJ2, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. JJ2 passes unanimously. May I have a motion second on JJ4?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Fogelnholly. Public comment?
No public comment.
Zeman.
Thank you. Chair, what's the impact of an 833-day delay on this job at Pembroke Pines Elementary School?
833 days delay.
I mean it seriously. What is the impact on our students and our schools when we're so late in delivering construction projects to an elementary school? Total is 1,270 days delay.
Dr. Holton?
Ms. Paul?
Significant.
Thank you. My point is that we keep getting these things and we just pass them and we don't stop and think about them. We continue to pick one out of the list. You know, 1,270 days is a long time to wait. When we make commitments to a place like Pembroke Pines and to the parents, and it takes that much longer to get it, that's bad. But what really is unfortunate is the impact it has on students who have to live through a construction zone and not have the facilities that we promised them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none. All in favor of JJ4, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. JJ4 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on JJ7?
So moved.
Second. Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment.
No public comment.
Board comment. Hickson.
Thank you. Two things. I'm just going to read out the change order, the consultant error and consultant omission. Consultant omission was $170,830. Consultant error was $122,535. So altogether, that's $293,000. Again, these are monthly numbers that we hear over and over, and at least they're not in the millions, but that's still a lot of money. So we need to do better on that. Last month was actually better. And I just want to say for this one, it was really nice to see a credit in almost $1 million for this project. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor of JJ7, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no. Aye. JJ7 passes unanimously. May I have a motion second on JJ13?
Move.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment?
No public comment.
Board comment? I have Hickson.
Yes. So this, I'm just very glad to see this. Collins Elementary, this bathroom has been in the works since I was first elected. I don't know why it has taken so long, and a lot of this is for work that the construction company actually did in good faith because they wanted to make sure the students had a portable bathroom in the back there while they were trying to get the bathroom done. So I'm glad to see this. I'm glad they're going to get paid, and I hope that something like this doesn't happen again. Thank you.
Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor of JJ13, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no. JJ13 passes unanimously. May I have a motion second on JJ14?
Move.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment?
No public comment.
Public comment?
Good afternoon, everyone. Finally. I'm April White, the Education Manager for the City of Coral Springs. I do want to speak to you about the Black Box and Auditorium for Coral Glades High School. As you know, Coral Glades High School has, since they opened in 2004, they've been without an auditorium or a black box theater. They are one of only 2 high schools with a full performing arts program behind Dillard and West Broward. They also are the largest Title I school in Broward County with the most students qualifying for assistance. They have a huge program, band, orchestra, chorus, dance, theater, ceramics, art, and they have no space to provide for their students at their campus. They continue to grow. They are currently over capacity, over enrolled as well. And I cannot tell you, I was sitting here, the number of texts and emails and just my phone ringing about this item from the community, from the principal, from our PTA members as well, begging, we really want to provide this for the students. They deserve it, and it's been a long time coming. So we hope that you will vote in agreement for this additional funding for the Black Box Theater and really provide these students what they've been missing for such a long amount of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Ms. Pham.
Thank you so much. I'm sure it's going to be a beautiful black box theater. It's just the amount of money that's really concerning. This is another $13 million that's being added. So it's a total, I think, 36 million. Yeah, it's almost 14 million, 13.8. And then when it comes out to the total, it's just really, really out of our budget. I think we're committed at this point, but I think we need to really button down our hatches and stick to a budget that this district can afford. Thank you.
Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much, Chair. When we talked about this earlier, we talked about kind of a design-to-build option. We talked about a fixed price, maxed out option where we would say, hey, we can spend 23, let's see what the construction community can deliver for us. We ended up going out with a CMAR, and then the CMAR came back with a $13 million price tag. I just would like to get a little summary, Chair, about how we went step by step from 23 million, thinking that we were going to go out on a fixed price contract saying, let's see who can build what kind of auditorium for that amount, versus going out and doing CMAR and coming back with an additional $13 million of requirements to build this auditorium.
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Paul?
I can speak to this. The history of this project is complex.
Black lady who's not been paying attention the whole time?
Yep. I can speak to this, but you can't.
Ms.
Can hear.
Rupert? Ms. Rupert, we hear you.
I can't hear.
So if I may continue, this project has been somewhat complex over the years. This started back in September of 2022. As was stated previously by the community member, this high school was built without an auditorium. And so consequently, it has caused them to have to go out and rent spaces and find spaces to educate kids. So again, this has evolved over the years. Originally, it was designed or had started the design, and it was designed to be much smaller. There was a workshop that was held to talk about this project some time ago, and part of that workshop talked about needing more seating for the school, as well as a black box. They have a robust program at the school, and the reality is that I spoke with the principal in trying to understand the history of this. It would be to our detriment to build a space that's not adequate for the children that are currently at the school. And so that would mean that we would build an auditorium with 800 seats, and then the black box, because again, they have a robust theater arts program. So in essence, because it has taken so long to get this project moving forward, we have been also a victim of inflation, as we have with other projects. The cost of the black box is $1.6 million. So it seems that it makes more sense to go forward and include that black box in it, because if we try to come back and do it later, we can expect a bigger price tag, a more hefty price tag. And in, hindsight is 2020. If we built the auditorium initially, then we would not be having this conversation. So this is an attempt to get it right, to provide the facility that the kids need to support their endeavors in the field of arts.
Terrific. Thank you very much. And I am totally in favor of doing this and the black box, but I'm curious, Chair, what impact does this extra $13 million have on our unallocated capital budget, our DEFB budget?
Catherine?
Mr. Shim.
If I may interject. So, we started with this well, I wasn't here, obviously, but the project was started in design, and then for whatever reason, it died. So I've worked with Mr. Shim to, the thought process was to put money in for design. I think that's disingenuous. I think that if you just put money in design and have no expectation of actually building it, it is not fair to the community. So it was my recommendation that we go ahead and put design money in there, as well as construction money, to get the project moving forward. So that's my 2 cents on that. Mr. Shim?
Good evening, Omar Shim, Task Assigned Chief Financial Officer. As this item states, we're putting this in the actual adopted version of the DFP, so it comes out of the balance of the funds there.
Terrific. What I'm curious about is balance before and balance after of this $13.8 million.
Yes, the reserve memo that we sent to you for this item, the balance before was $51.6 million, and the balance after is 49.9.
Terrific. Thanks so much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Landon?
Quick question. This was brought up and also brought up by students at the school that I know. Just want to confirm that this auditorium will fit the size of their largest class.
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul, and
Yes,
also
so-
the regional superintendent, if you can weigh in too, just to ensure that the student population is approximate.
So part of the issue has been, as I understand it, is it was originally designed for 700 seats. And so that is the reason we made the decision to move to 800 to make sure that it is adequate for the current student population. And I have Ms. Coley in the audience in case she wants to provide any additional information, but that's why, we're bringing it back to make sure we get it right.
Thank you. And students at Coral Glades are really excited about this, so thank you for keeping on this project.
Thank you, Landon. Do any of my other colleagues have a comment? So Coral Glades High School in Coral Springs has been without an auditorium for 20 years. Let's just say that again. 20 years, they've never had an auditorium. And that makes this need for the black box theater and the extra seating even more critical. While schools like Dillard High School and West Broward High School, I'm hearing, has a black box, Coral Glades has 2,800 students and nearly 800 incoming freshmen each year. Lacks a dedicated space to showcase its thriving performing arts program. An auditorium needs to accommodate each class. Coral Glades High School is one of two high schools, Dillard High School being the other, with a full performing and fine arts program that includes band, orchestra, chorus, dance, theater, ceramics, and art. As Coral Glades High School is the largest Title I school in Broward County Public Schools, the largest Title I school in Broward County Public Schools, Coral Glades serves more students qualifying for assistance than any other school in the district. In terms of equity, Coral Glades deserves more than just the bare minimum, being without an auditorium for 20 years. A state-of-the-art auditorium would not only meet the needs of its large student population, but also ensure that the school can continue to compete for students in an increasingly competitive educational landscape. With more choice seats than any other high school, new facilities at Coral Glades would attract students away from charter and private schools, offering them the opportunity to thrive in a modern, well-equipped environment auditorium with the much-needed black box and extra seating. This investment in Coral Glades High School is an investment in the future success and growth for its students at Coral Glades High School. I hope that my colleagues support this, as this is something that they have been without for 20 years. And let's do it, and let's do it right. Any other comments? Roll call on JJ 14.
School board member Alston. I don't believe he's on the line. Pham.
Yes.
Bogenholy. Hickson.
Yes.
Holness.
Yes.
Leonardi.
Yes.
Rupert.
Yes.
Zeman.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Aladef.
Aladef, sorry.
Yes.
7-0.
We don't do it. If it's,
Thank you.
if it's in your district, we don't call you.
Motion passes unanimously. Woo! May I have a motion and second on JJ 15?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment. Board comment. Pham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tropical Elementary is in my district, and it's I've been there several times, and it's an amazing school because it's literally focuses on hearing impaired and children that are deaf. They have equipment there where children start in school, pre-K and K, where they can't speak a word of English, they can't speak a word of any language, they can't hear, and they either can get these headphones that help them to hear for the first time, or they get advice on how to get a chip planted inside of their brain where all of a sudden they can hear sounds and noises. So many of these students, I said, they learn how to speak, they learn language, they learn how to talk, and they're just so vibrant. And it's so wonderful to see, because some parents, when they bring their children, they have no idea of options that are out there, and the teachers there are really trained well, fabulous staff, and I can't say enough about how wonderful it is, and I thank you for approving this item so Tropical can continue to give children the gift of hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? All in favor of JJ 15, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no. JJ 15 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on JJ 16?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment. Ms. Pham.
Okay, I just wanted to say congratulations to Deerfield Beach. I think it's wonderful that you're finally wrapping up from the Promise program, and congratulations.
All in favor of JJ 16, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed,
I'm sorry,
say no.
I said Promise, I meant the Smart Bond. Sorry.
Yeah, we got it.
JJ 16 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on JJ 17?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment.
No comments.
Ms. Pham.
Same thing. Congratulations, Silver Trail, on wrapping up your construction from the Smart Bond. Congratulations.
All in favor of JJ 17, say aye.
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 Those opposed, say no. JJ 17 passes unanimously. May I have a motion second on JJ 19?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment.
No public comment.
Dr. Zeman.
Again, Chair, JJ 19 is an example of something we look at real quick and rip through. I do want to take a minute, though, because this agreement that I've seen twice as the Broward County School Board member to the Broward Planning Commission is going to set aside 650 affordable homes in this area. And Broward County Schools, having approved this, is complicit in doing that. So we have a crisis in South Florida, not just Broward County, about affordable housing. Broward County Schools, by passing this education mitigation agreement, is contributing to making that better by contributing 650. Why is that important to us? Because a lot of our employees are in the affordable housing or workforce housing pay category, including almost all of our teachers. And so now our teachers have 650 more units. These have not been built yet, Chair, but over the next 10 years, we're going to have 650 more houses that our people will be able to live in. Thanks so much for your support to this item.
All in favor of JJ 19, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. JJ 19 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on 09?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment.
No public comment.
I have Dr. Zeman.
Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, how does a covered walkway get identified and added to our adopted DEFP plan?
Dr. Zeman? I mean, Dr.
I can answer it, too, if you'd like.
Go ahead, Dr. Zeman. I'm going to ask Mr. Shim if you can weigh in, and Ms. Paul if necessary.
I can go first if you
Go
don't
ahead.
mind.
Yes, please.
So this is for one specific school, but really the holistic approach is to do, we're in the process of trying to have a FCA done, a facility condition assessment. And so we have a lot of needs. We have a lot of schools that were built kind of with similar design that require covered walkways. And so the best way to get a handle and to understand what the need is through the FCA process. And the second part was how does it get added to the DEFP? And so I asked Mr. Shim for money.
I just want to think through this as a board so we set expectations. We are still soliciting, I think, Chair, for an FCA vendor. Is that true?
I will have Ms. Jennifer come forward and speak to that. There was a protest on that particular item, and so I believe the protest has a few more hours left to go. But you could go ahead and speak to that. Thank you.
Director of Procurement and Warehousing Services. Yeah, so we had the protest meeting for that bid for the facilities assessment on Friday. We are still under the 72 hours for the vendors to refer to the DOA or accept the result of the bid. So after that period that ends on Thursday, we're going to be able to provide the outcome for that bid for the facility assessments.
Terrific. Let me just be clear, though, in language that the public can understand. We're going out to look at all of our 239 campuses to do a facilities condition assessment so that we can think about items like this and make sure that based on an equity lens, a racial lens, a district lens, a lack of investment in the past lens, we're spending money where we have the greatest needs. And that's critically important to our community. But when are we going to get the FCA done? If this let's just assume this protest is resolved by the end of the week, there'll be an award to a vendor to do the FCA, and then there'll be the FCA. When could we roughly plan on seeing the results, given that we're in August 2024 right now? When will we be able to see results so that our capital budget can be based on what our requirements are rather than somebody's luck being any one of these schools that happens to land on the DEFP plan?
Ms. Paul.
So just because we're waiting on an FCA does not mean that we're stopping work. And so as we see the need based on safety, security, whatever that is, whatever that may be, we will still continue to work towards providing the walkways. But I think it would be remiss of us not to understand what the total need is.
Omar Shim. I just want to also clarify that this project was identified in the DFP and there is funding for it.
I'm not doubting that. Okay. I'm curious, and as is the community, when are we going to have the FCA results done so that we could make decisions based on what the certified engineering-based needs are for Broward County's facilities?
Ms. Paul.
Well, first of all, we have to come out of the protest on the other end of that. Then we negotiate a contract. Then we put them to work. And so that has been the process. In terms of when the total FCA will be finished, I will typically, my experience has been anywhere between 6 to 9 months. But again, just because we're waiting on the total FCA does not mean that we're not doing the work.
I appreciate that. It's August 2024 right now. If it's 6 to 9 months to do it, and
that's an estimate.
Some period of time to make the award, could we roughly have the FCA results by this time next year?
I will, to be truthful, that would be my intent. My experience I'm sorry, I can't see you. My experience in dealing with these type of issues is that a year is reasonable. But again, it's going to look remarkably different from the one that y'all did in 2014. So part of the reason we have so many change orders is because, we did not physically walk. This is my understanding. I wasn't here. But we did not physically walk some of the projects, right? And so if you don't have a good FCA going in, it shapes how your program looks for the next, 5 or 6 years. And so, my goal is to have it completed within that year. But I want a quality project or product coming out of that.
Yeah, terrific. And the reason we get a lot of questions about this is we're ending the SMART bond, right? End of October 2025, which is a year and a few months from now. And if, in fact, the FCA is not done by that time, we're going to be making decisions as a board about the capital budget and how we want to execute that. And those decisions are going to be different once an FCA is done. We'll be able to look at the data, pick some criteria. It'll kick out some projects that we think are the greatest needs for the $150 or so million a year that we get to dedicate in capital budgets. But there's a time connection between the FCA being done and us ending the SMART bond and moving into an annual basis for how we allocate that capital funds. So I'm looking forward to at least ensuring that the FCA is done by the end of October, but you're thinking it might even be done by August, which is wonderful.
Well,
and I
again-
appreciate the comments. I'm not insinuating that we're making bad decisions.
Okay.
I'm just trying to tie two streams of work together to our work on the board, which is allocating that money. And I'm hoping that the FCA is done, we get past the SMART bond and declare victory or defeat, whatever we decide to do, and then we move forward in an annual process of allocating the capital budget based on real data of 239 campuses, so that the insinuation from the community that we favor some schools here
Right.
or some schools like that, or we did east and then we did west, or this corridor and that corridor, it's got to end. And it's a legitimate concern they have. Fact or fiction, I don't know, but it's a legitimate concern that they keep bringing back to us. And so these streams are very important to line up together, and I appreciate that you're working so hard on that, and I appreciate my time, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor of 009 say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Item 009 passes unanimously. Dr. Hepburn, do you have a report?
Yes, thank you, Chair. In lieu of reading a written report, today the Beacon team is going to show you a video report that I will be doing weekly to close the gap in communication and getting information out not only to the public but also to our staff and to our students. So we'll be trying to do this on a weekly basis unless I'm tied up or out of town or whatever the sorts may be, but my commitment is every week. And this is the first of a series of videos that the public, our faculty and staff, and also students will see. Beacon, you can take it away. Hello, Broward County Public Schools family. I'm Superintendent Hepburn.
Yes.
And I'm excited to share an update after our first week back at school. This week, I had the pleasure of visiting several of our schools, and let me tell you, it was incredible to see the energy and bright smiles on the faces of our students. The start of the new school year is always special, and this one has been no different. As with the start of any school year, we faced some challenges, specifically with the rollout of our new metal detectors at our high schools. The first day saw long lines, but I'm pleased to report now that there are no significant delays getting into our high schools. I want to thank our students, parents, and staff for their patience. We expect to see continued improvements and increased efficiency as the days go on. Students, please remember to remove your laptops, iPads, umbrellas, sports, and music equipment before you approach the metal detector. You don't need to remove your cell phones, keys, binders, or water bottles. I also want to take a moment to remind everyone of our revised cell phone policy. Students must have their cell phones off or in airplane mode during the entire school day. This initiative, Disconnect to Reconnect, is designed to help students engage more academically and socially with their peers and improve their overall well-being. I truly believe that in the long term, this policy will benefit the students' mental health. Parents, please remember to register for a Focus Parent Portal account. This is our new student information system and your one-stop shop for everything related to your child's education. It's an essential tool for staying connected with your child's progress. As we close out this first week, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the 30,000 BCPS staff who work tirelessly to welcome back our 200,000 students. Your dedication does not go unnoticed. I'll be providing these updates most weeks, so stay tuned. Here's to a fantastic school year ahead. Thank you, Communications Legislative Team. Thank you, Beacon. There are unsung heroes in the background that are working very hard every day. I call them some of the hardest working folks at BCPS. And also, this video got over 10,000 views, and we hope to double, triple, quadruple that in the upcoming weeks as we put out more information just to keep our families, our faculty, and staff informed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sullivan, have we gone through all the items?
Yes, ma'am. We've exhausted the agenda.
Thank you. At this time, do any of my colleagues have any discussions or student successes to bring forth to the superintendent for consideration? Dr. Zeman?
Thank you very much, Chair. Before I go into my nice comments about things, would it be appropriate to make a motion now about future school board meetings?
Ms. Batista?
Are we still in a school board meeting?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I appreciate very much us having various times where we start school board meetings. But I also believe that the data suggests that night meetings are not serving any public interest. We have very few people that attend. It is disruptive to the staff. It is disruptive to the process of getting ready. I am proud that we tried it, and it, did what it did. And I will always be, sensitive to people who have to take time off from work to come and attend meetings. That's a big deal. And I'm hoping that we can find another solution to that, either through written comments or other comments. But I'd like to make a motion that we no longer schedule night meetings unless the chair feels that there's an issue that requires us to do that.
Second. So hold on a second. From my understanding, this was the last evening meeting. So, Dr. Hepburn, would we be voting again for the next timing anytime soon?
Mr. Sullivan.
So during the November 19th reorganizational meeting, the board would at that point establish the cadence for the school board meetings for the following year. Right now, there is no longer nighttime meeting scheduled.
Terrific. And in our next organizational meeting, we might bring that up again for the following year.
Correct. You would be voting on a schedule for next
And that schedule would include timings of meetings.
Correct.
Terrific. I still will stay on the record to say that we tried it. It had some impact. I'm sure there are some people that appreciated it, but the net result of attendance and people watching online has not been positive. And I look forward to that organizational meeting in case anybody wants to talk about it otherwise. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman. Mrs. Hickson?
Thank you. I was actually thinking along those same lines, and actually today was disruptive because there were committee meetings that kept people who normally would stay from coming. But I also want to celebrate, we had last weekend a regional Special Olympics swim meet, so students from Apollo and South Broward did phenomenal. It was Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach County. And those students will be moving on to the state competition in Sebastian. So I'll be happy to report who wins gold medals when we come back. But congratulations to all of those students who competed.
Ms. Pham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to bring up, I think it's H5, and that was when we went over the supplements today. Unfortunately, I stepped out of the room because I was talking to a student from my district. But this is directed to the superintendent. Superintendent, I have mentioned several times on the record, live streaming, that we aren't recognizing our academic teachers that are going above and beyond. If you look here on H5, you see all these supplements for different areas, but the academics is lacking. We just got made into a aid-rated school district. I think it's imperative that we continue to encourage teachers to stand out. And one I would like to mention on the record is Kristen Murphy, Esquire. She is not only a teacher at Nova Middle, but they've also asked her to teach pre-law at Nova High School. I think it's important that students have the opportunity to learn law in middle school and high school because that will really give them a competitive edge. In addition to that, she is a part of Raise the Bar from Nova Southeastern University, where they support secondary school law programs. She was nominated Teacher of the Year in 2024. And 2024 and 2023, her students, her middle school students, are the national champions from Washington, D.C. of the We the People Moot Court Judicial Circuit National Mock Trial Competition. This is absolutely outstanding to have someone of this caliber. In addition, she's also still continues to practice law. She spends afternoons and weekends working with students as necessary. Students reach out and try to earn money to go to these competitions because they're not funded. So I'm asking for the district to look to fund people that are successful, not only 1 year, but 2 years in these national competitions. We need to help them. She now is commuting in between the middle and the high school. And what we want to do is get her a supplement and other teachers a supplement. I'm asking the superintendent to direct staff to investigate and get data which teachers are not receiving or being paid for their after-work school service, academic services, and not getting paid on weekends, and who is excelling in that area, so we can reward and recognize those teachers. So I'm going to just put it, I wrote it all out specifically, and what we're looking for is identifying extraordinary academic teachers and academic achievement by teachers and include them in supplements. I'm asking that when people, teams or teachers win a national recognition achievement, that they get awarded for that. There's some kind of incentive. I think that should also be an incentive when winning multiple national achievement competitions. So in different categories, we need to recognize these teachers. I think we need to recognize when winning consecutive national achievement competitions, winning year after year after year. That should all be appreciated, and these teachers should be rewarded with a supplement. Last of all, like I said, we should be providing financial aid to these committees, to these students that are studying after school to help them get to these competitions. So I would ask that you direct your staff to investigate, look into it. Where do we stand with academics? If we want to be an A student, if we want to attract people to our schools, which we do, this is a great way to do it. There's now a waiting list at Nova Middle and Nova High School because of this woman, partially because of this woman. I attribute that to her. So I would ask you to direct that. The reason I'm wearing the patriotic hat is because on Constitutional Week, I wanted to point out that the deliveries will be made by patriots wearing constitutional hats, so you will be able to recognize them easily. So I just wanted to make that clear on the board as I see Landon laughing at me, but I'm very proud of Constitutional Week, and I am a constitutionalist. So can you just give us some advice or input or insight into what we can do to recognize and continue to make these teachers that do this effort thrive? Because she's gone through 3 years or more of not receiving any payment.
Yep. Thank you. Great suggestion, Ms. Pham. Give my team and I an opportunity to kind of investigate this, see where we are, see what type of supplements are already out there, see what people are already receiving or not, and then we can follow up.
That would be so appreciated, and I think the students will be really happy about that too. They just love learning law, and they love having her as a teacher. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I apologize, but just to be extra careful, my staff is tracking that Dr. Zeman did pull double P2, so can the board just vote on that item, double P2?
May I have a motion, second, and double P2?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment? Board comment? Dr. Zeman?
Love the policy.
All in favor of double P2, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those
Aye.
opposed, say no. Double P2 passes unanimously. Say that 5 times. I wanted to bring up we just had our election, and we had a school day during elections. And I think we need to be much more mindful and careful about that when we do the calendar year in 2 years from now.
Yep.
I don't think it's a good idea to have school on election day. I think it creates a safety hazard, and that our schools were safe and our students were safe, but we don't want to put ourselves in that situation that we were in. So I would all of us just be mindful when we do the calendar in 2 years, and hopefully the calendar committee can bring up that we should have no school to be able to work around that. Ms. Leonardi, to that point?
Yeah, to that point. I don't know if my mic. I don't know. Okay, now it is. Now, maybe. Oh, I don't know. Oh, there you go. I'm sorry. To that point, we also have municipal elections. So I don't know what we want to do about that, but it's the same concern that there are people coming in onto our campuses while there is school. So not just during the August primary, but also municipal, because we already have the November elections as a planning day. Thank you.
Great. And then my second point that I wanted to bring up is our chief auditor position. The board should have received an email today regarding the process and next steps. And so I just wanted to alert the board to that email, and that we're moving forward in the process of hiring a permanent chief auditor. All right. Any other comments? Nope. At this time, oops. The scheduled order of business for this regular school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligation, I now adjourn the meeting.